to go. The 350th painting class we've done. Next week, we're 475th overall live stream. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again, we're going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today, we are going to be looking at this portrait. It's originally a digital portrait by the artist Paul Zeaiter, and I love this portrait of current Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. It was created for her original run for the office of Vice President alongside President Biden back in 2019. But it's been resurrected, and you see it all over Twitter or X and every other social media platform, people sharing this image. And when I came across it, I was like, that is so beautiful. That is really cool. Who did that? And it took actually a little bit of time to find it. And I really want to highlight this artist's work because not only do I love this image, but once we start looking at some more of Paul Zeaiter's work, you're going to realize you've seen it before, because I'd say he's arguably one of the greatest poster artists, film advertisement artists alive today. Incredible images, really cool stuff. So I think it's really important when you see really great artwork floating around in the world and you're just retweeting it out there, take a moment to just do a little bit of research and find out who the artist behind that incredible work actually is. So we're going to celebrate Paul Zeaiter's work, as well as we're going to talk a little bit about who Kamala Harris is, especially since she's currently running for President of the United States, and who knows, in a few months she might be the first female president in American history. Anyway, so and also just to remain fair and balanced, next week we're doing a similar episode about Donald Trump, and an artist who created a very famous portrait of Donald Trump. In fact, the original painting resides in Donald Trump's personal office. So we'll have a whole other story about that, and we'll talk a little bit about Donald Trump's life and biography as well. So let's begin here with the plan for today's episode. What we're going to do is we're going to start, we're going to talk about how difficult this painting might be to do. So depending on your skill level, whether this is something you want to attempt or not. I mean, I'm sure anybody could attempt it, but whether you're going to get the same results as I do, it might be dependent on how much experience you have. We'll talk about materials required to get started. We'll do the image transfer, and we'll stain it with some color. That's Imprimatura. Again, we'll talk about Paul Zeaiter's biography as well as Kamala Harris. There might be a little bit of underpainting, background, foreground. I'll anticipate finishing about 4 to 5 hours. So obviously I don't expect people to watch the entire episode. So if you want, you can always just jump to the part in which you want to watch. And we'll do a side-by-side comparison at the very, very end. And if you want to support the channel, you can leave a donation or just a simple like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. That always helps big time. Going back and leaving comments on previous episodes is really helpful. If you want to support the channel with a donation, here's the link to the PayPal. You can hold your phone up there and it'll take you right to this page, and that way you can safely and securely donate to the channel and support the work that we've been doing here over the past few years. As well, there's other ways you can donate. If you want to send an e-transfer and you want my email, please go to the Facebook group or my personal, my website, masterstudy.ca, where you can find the information there. I don't post those things directly on here because I get enough crazy spam from Russian bots. So But I sincerely appreciate all the support over the years, all of the camera equipment, everything that you see here on the channel, all the canvas and paint has been paid for, supplied by people like yourself. I'm not sponsored by any company, not given any free supplies or free vacations or anything. All of it just comes right out of your donations to the channel. So thank you everyone for supporting the channel. And in the chat, we've got Bella and Yassine and Sarah and Crystal. And let's go to our first step. And, you know, I totally understand that not everyone is going to be into this particular painting, just as maybe some people won't be into next week's painting of Donald Trump. But I think we can, as adults, we can agree to disagree peacefully and coexist. So the first thing I want to do here is let's just talk about how difficult this painting might be. So we have our scale of difficulty, and I'm going to say today's painting is going to be somewhere, it's probably an intermediate level painting, maybe even coming in around the novice intermediate level. So, you know, these different classifications, beginner, somebody who's, this might be the very first painting episode you've ever watched. You could try doing this painting if you don't have any experience, but that might, you know, be discouraging. And the last thing I want to do is have anybody get discouraged and never paint again, right? So this is part of a long course. The very first episodes teach you all about how to paint and mix colors and what paints to buy, etc. So I would suggest watching some of those and getting started. And then once you've done 2 or 3 of those episodes and you start to feel a little bit more confidence and you know a little bit about what to do, you could try you could try today's painting. But I think maybe to have the best results would be somebody who's maybe been painting for a month or 2 and has maybe done half dozen paintings, done the color wheel, and things are starting to make some sense. Now, I would say, even when we get into advanced or expert level, there's always more stuff to learn. And so I think well, I think an artist is always growing, always developing, always changing. But I also say that for everybody. I think my philosophy is that life is constantly about learning and growing. And I always want to be growing, personally. So again, I'm going to put today's episode as a novice intermediate level, 2.5. Next up, I want to talk briefly about materials required and what you might need to get started. Now, I've done an entire episode devoted to this, but if you want to just download the free supply guide in the Dropbox folder, you can take a screenshot or hold your phone up to here, or you can enter in this web address there. That'll take you directly to the Dropbox folder. And the very first folder at the very top has a PDF you can download, print out, take to your local art supply store, or you can use that as reference while you're ordering supplies online. Again, I've done an entire hour-and-a-half long episode going into deep depths about all of this, so I'm just going to kind of fire through some of these things. We're going to be painting, obviously, with acrylic paint on a 9x12 sized canvas. I always recommend having some supplies ready to clean up when the inevitable mess happens, because you don't, it feels like a lot of work to get all that set up. And often messes don't happen, but when they do, it's really nice to know you've got some paper towels nearby, or your table, or your floor, your carpet is covered with a little bit of newspaper. And so the method that we're going to use to make today's painting is what we call a split primary palette, or a double primary palette. And that means we're going to use 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues, plus white. Now, we can even buy a tube of black paint, but we can mix our own black with the colors we have here. And I always think that that's, when I first learned that that was possible, that you could make virtually any painting ever made in human history with just 7 tubes of paint, that really blew my mind. The importance of the split primary palette is it emphasizes and helps us learn a little bit about color temperature, which is, I think, essential for painting. Whether you want to do something abstract or representational, something that looks like something or something that's right out of your imagination, knowing that every color is either warm or cool is really helpful. There's no such thing as just a purely neutral color. And the reason why this is helpful, there's lots of different reasons, but one of the main ones is that warm colors appear to advance, to move forward towards the viewer, while cool colors appear to recede. And that's the magic, is that we can take a flat canvas and we can make something appear to be kind of in front of another color just by using a color temperature to guide us. It's also really helpful when you're trying to mix colors that you see, whether that be like painting from a painting we're going to do today, or painting from a photograph, or standing outside looking at a landscape. And you're like, oh, that color, that's so beautiful. What color could that possibly be? Well, if we just ask ourselves, where is that color? Is it far away? Is it on the top of a mountain way in the distance? Or is it really close to my face? Is it a branch hanging down right in front of my eyes? Right? Then you just have to say to yourself, well, if it's close to me, it's probably one of my 3 warm colors. If it's far away, probably one of my 3 cool colors. And I think that's really important, because we often think that there's, red is a warm color, blue is a cool color. That's what I used to think for many years, until I started teaching art and how to do my own research and look, and I'm like, oh, everything I thought I knew about color was wrong. And hopefully over the past 349 episodes when we've used this particular approach to painting have proven me and those people who 150 years ago invented this approach to painting right. So we're going to be using this, or at least I'm going to be using this particular brand of paint, Amsterdam, by Royal Talens. It's a Dutch company. I think they're the cheapest paint, that is the highest quality paint for the least amount of money. And you can certainly spend a lot more. Like, for instance, you could buy golden paint, which costs about twice as much for half, or even about a third, 2/3 less paint. Great paint, but if you're just beginning, you're not going to notice the difference. And the Amsterdam paint is good enough for a professional artist to use. Now I'm going to flip through a whole bunch of these brand names here. Again, this is all listed in the PDF, which you can download and print out at home. So I'm not going to spend too long kind of going through them. You can pause and take a screenshot of these, or again, download the PDF. And you can use that QR code I showed earlier. So that way, if you're standing in the line at the art supply store, you can just open that and flip to the page and look at all the different lists. Because these basically just show you that you can do what we're doing in class using any one of these brands. And you could mix and match different tubes of paint from different companies, except these 4 that over the years we've discovered do not work very well for this purpose. Doesn't mean they have no value. It's just that really what they're doing is they're adding a great deal of white into the paint as a filler, and that makes the paint more opaque, which generally is what people want, but it also makes it impossible specifically to make a black. And when a paint has a lot of white in it, what we call a tint, everything always, the colors are a little bit desaturated. They, they have a bit of a pastel-like quality. And so if you're painting a lot of Easter eggs, museum color, Peebo, Mary's, and Fevicryl should do just fine. But, maybe some Impressionist paintings often use a lot of white. But I wouldn't recommend any of these brands. Again, I'm not sponsored or paid, but I have either, especially the Peebo Museum Color, I've tried using myself, and I've seen that they don't work very well. And the Mary's and Fevicryl, I've seen from people posting things on our Facebook group and seen the difficulties that they've had there. And I think I do also want to... let's just make a quick little shout out for the Facebook group. So one thing I always encourage people to do is to take a picture of whatever they've created and join the Facebook group and upload it to the Facebook group. And this is an incredible way for you to join a great community. There's almost 1,500 artists from around the world uploading the works that they're working on right now. Sometimes things that they've done here in the painting class, sometimes things that they did in the drawing class that I taught 4 years ago and has like 1 million views, the most popular thing I've ever done. And I still give people free feedback on those drawings that they're doing. So if you want to participate in that, we would love to have you join us on our larger creative journey. And Christina says, I'm super excited about this one. I started one of her last week and I got stuck, so this is timely. Awesome. Great. Nice to see you in the chat there, Christina. Crystal says, sorry, poor subject to paint. Right? As I said, not everyone is going to be a fan of today's painting, but that's why if you're not a fan of Kamala Harris, you can do next week's Donald Trump painting. Right? So I want to make sure everyone feels included. Our first step here is to do the image transfer. And basically what that is we're going to get an image onto the canvas. So here's the original artwork, and then here's the outline that I did on my iPad Pro using the Procreate app. I just traced the image out. Actually, there was some text on the top and the bottom of this image that I spent way too long photoshopping out, and we'll see that here in a moment. And then I did the outline, and so if you want to know where to find the outlines here, you can again hold your phone up to the screen there, and this will take you directly to that same Dropbox folder where you can get the buyer's guide for supplies. And if we go, I'll show you what that looks like. So here's the supply guide right at the very top of that link. This is what it would look like if you hold your phone up to that QR code. And we'll be right down here in the bottom. Folder 174. Here's next week's Donald Trump painting. And so there's the original artwork by Paul Zeaiter, and then here's two versions. I've got a JPEG and a PDF that you can download and print on your printer at home, or inkjet printer, laserjet printer at work, or whatever, and then we can use that for our outline here. So let's get that started. Bella says, how often do you give free advice on paintings on your Facebook page? About once every month and a half, every 6 weeks or so. And often they are like 5-8 hour long episodes, because I go through every single thing that's on that page. I really want to encourage people to participate in that. And Judith says, equal opportunity teacher. Yeah, you know, I think that one of the things I love about art is that it is kind of a universal language, and I think art is a way that we can use to bring people together, and we can also share our different points of view, and gives us an opportunity to see the world through other people's eyes. And so I want to make sure that everyone feels included and everybody knows that that they are welcome under the big banner of art. Judith says, Crystal, don't worry, even if you don't paint along, you can learn lots. Awesome. Thanks, Judith. I really appreciate those comments. Okay, so let's start out here. So this is the outline that I printed on my inkjet printer here at home. And I'm about to put it onto this 9x12 sized canvas panel, or canvas board. You can buy these things at your local dollar store. I bought these ones off of Amazon. Canvases and maybe paintbrushes are really the only two things in terms of art supplies, that I buy off of Amazon. I find a lot of paint on Amazon is way overpriced. So as convenient as Amazon can be, I would encourage you to shop at your local art supply store, or whether that's in person or online, before you spend 2 or 3 times the amount of paint for that same paint tube on Amazon. So anyway, what I do is it comes usually wrapped in plastic, and it's a little bit warped here. And then I give it a gentle sanding with a 100 grit sandpaper, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso over the surface. And so gesso is basically just clear acrylic paint with plaster powder, and maybe a little bit of white paint, titanium white in there. And what it's intended to do is a number of things. One of which is to keep the canvas from shrinking and expanding, so it stays stable. But the other thing is it kind of soaks into the weave of the canvas. And so I let that dry on like a block, and then the paint drips off onto the edge. And that's why I keep flipping to this side, because you can see how the paint's dripped off onto some newspaper that I put onto the floor. I let that dry overnight, and then I give it another sanding with some 100 grit sandpaper. You could use 100 and then go to 220 and to get a really, really smooth surface. And you could even gesso it again and start the whole process over to get a really smooth surface. I think one or two coats is more than enough for my purpose, but I used to work for an artist when I was in college who would want his canvases like 4 or 5 times gessoed, and basically by that point it turns into like piece of photocopy paper, super smooth, which is really nice, but I think for this class would be way overkill. Okay, so I've got my canvas here, and I'm going to tape this image down. It's going to use some paint. I'm going to use some painter's tape from the local dollar store. Painter's tape is maybe better than any other kind of tape, because it's less likely to fully bond with the surface, and that way when you peel this up, it's less likely, not entirely, it could peel some of the surface off, but it's less likely to do that than most other kinds of tape. It doesn't leave residue that like a duct tape would do. Okay, so I tape that down, and then I'm going to use some of this black this is graphite paper. I think this is what this is. You can buy graphite paper or carbon paper on Amazon. Actually, I think this is something I did get off of Amazon, like 100 sheets for like 10 bucks. And if you're old enough to remember how you bought something on your credit card and they put that in that machine and took an impression of the machine, that was basically what was in between your card and the next layer of paper under there, so they could give you a receipt of that, right? So I'm going to put this under here. Let's zoom in. Bella says, just wondering, as I'm a beginner, your Mona Lisa's painting, and I'm a beginner. Oh, I'm just wondering, as I'm painting your Mona Lisa's painting, and I'm a beginner. Oh, that's the one that you're working on right now. You're just starting to paint, and one of your first paintings is Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa. Well, I admire your ambition, Bella. That is, talk about going right to the top. Wow. Okay, I mean, that might be considered one of the more complex paintings that one could do. There are more complex ones, and generally that's just that the background is more complex and there's more figures in the composition. What I would say though, first of all, again, I am all for someone who wants to go big and bold. I mean, hey, we're making a portrait of potentially the next president of the United States. There's pretty much nothing bigger and bolder than one can do than running for president of the United States, right? So, you know, it's a very timely thing to talk about today. The one thing I would say is just, you know, the likelihood that you're going to pull it off to your satisfaction is low. And I have no idea about your level of experience or expertise, and but just think that Leonardo da Vinci himself was not happy with the Mona Lisa. That's why the Mona Lisa is in France and not in Italy, because towards the very end of Leonardo da Vinci's life, he was essentially hired by the King of France to be his personal painter. So he left Italy, moved to Paris, which is where Leonardo also passed away. He died just, I think, about 4 or 5 years later. And so that's why that painting resides in France and not in Italy, even though Leonardo is really one of the most famous Italian artists of all time. But Leonardo worked on that painting for, you know, and I've told this story dozens of times, but it's you know, it's worth hearing over and over. Is, you know, that painting he worked on for, yeah, somewhere between 4 to 15 years. We're not really sure. But the fact that, you know, it was a commissioned artwork that he never gave or handed over to the man who commissioned it from him, I think tells us that either the person who was buying it wasn't happy with it and therefore didn't want it, or that Leonardo himself was unhappy with it and didn't want to give it over because he didn't want that artwork representing him. Which is, you know, again, it's the great irony is that often people consider that to be one of the greatest, not only artworks ever made, but one of the greatest achievements of any human being. And so the fact that Leonardo didn't really see that as a great artwork and that he struggled with it, I think should be, I would hope, some kind of consolation for anybody, whether you're working on the Mona Lisa painting yourself or any other artwork, is that even the great masters, the artists that we feature week after week on this channel, even the great masters have doubt, and it's okay for us apprentices to you know, feel a little bit frustrated. And I think if you're frustrated with your work, that shows some awareness of some self-awareness. Okay. Because not everybody is humble enough to know when they've, or recognize when they've made a mistake. Oh my goodness, I'm going to sneeze here. One. Goodness, I hope that was properly muted. Because otherwise, especially if you're wearing headphones, my apologies. Okay. There's a few extra other lines like on her face, under her eyes and things, but I think I'm just gonna I'm doing barely pressing my pencil on those areas. Because just generally, when it comes to making portraits of more feminine figures, you kind of want to be careful about putting too many lines on their faces. With a male figure, you can put as many lines on there as possible, and everything's going to be fine. Just going to make them look, you know, a little bit more old. The more you do that on a more feminine face, it will really, really quickly age that person. And okay, so I'm just going to get my paint wheel, my palette set up here. Little Hardy says, "Good morning, sir. I am from India." Awesome! I'm so glad you tuned in, Little Hardy. What time is it in India right now? It's got to be late at night or approaching morning on the other side of the world. Nikki says, "Hello again, teacher. I'm here." Hi, Nikki. Christina says, "Bless." Bella says, "FY, you're a good teacher, and I'm following your instructions very closely." Thank you, Bella. I appreciate that. You know, well, I will say, you know, I don't consider myself a master. Since I've been doing these episodes, these live streams, my own ability as a painter has increased dramatically. And, you know, and I say that in all humility, I teach at the best art university, best art school in Canada, and I've been painting professionally for decades and sold tons and tons of work to museums and art galleries and businesses around the world. And I'm still learning, and I'm still getting better. Sometimes it feels like it's 2 steps forward and 10 steps backwards. But I think the important thing is to keep moving, right? And before you know it, you look back at something you did a few years ago that, and you're just like, wow. I mean, I could probably do that so much better now. And that's what's important, right? It's being able to and that's why. That's why I also think it's really important to keep some of your older work around so that you can measure that growth. I think that's really, really important. Oh, Christine says, "Bless you," when you sneezed. I thanks so much, Christine. I appreciate that. Yes. Bella says, "I am well into 2 months. LOL. It's okay. Not my best, but I've always been drawn to the Mona Lisa painting." So you've been working on the Mona Lisa for 2 months, or you've been painting overall for 2 months? Those are two very different things. And you know, again, I know that not everybody has unlimited amount of time to work and make paintings. And often for many people, you know, maybe right now might be the only time that some people have to make art because of all the other things going on in their lives and schedules, family commitments, etc. And sometimes it takes, you know, a long time to finish a painting. I will say, though, that I think one of the things I really want to encourage people to do is to try to be a little bit more efficient with painting and art making in general, because maybe not everyone has unlimited amount of time to work. And so that can, what that comes down to is not being too hard on yourself and not demanding perfection of yourself. Because if your goal is perfection, you're really only ever going to be disappointed. And I think that doesn't just apply for art. I think that applies for the relationships we have with, you know, our family and partners and children and, you know, parents, our teachers, and you know, even politicians. Doesn't mean we can't hold people accountable, especially politicians. Okay, come on. And that's what elections are for, right? So, if you feel someone's not doing what they said they were going to do, then you can vote them out of office. Okay. So let's go to the next step here. Christine says, "Hi, Michael. If it's not too off topic, what's the difference between cerulean and cerulean hue?" Great question. Okay, so the difference, as far as I would imagine, would be that the cerulean is the actual, like the real organic pigment that artists have used for hundreds of years to make cerulean blue. And cerulean hue is a synthetic color created in a laboratory that simulates real cerulean pigments. And so I would say, unless you're getting really expensive paint, like Golden and a few other brands are often have the original pigments, which are, again, usually much more expensive, whereas most other brands of acrylic paint tend to have artificial or synthetic pigments that have been created in a laboratory. And while often, you know, when we hear like, oh, synthetic, that sounds terrible. I want all my pigments to be organic. Like I want my free range eggs and whatever else, right? In terms of painting, I don't think that is such a problem. Some people might even say it's better. We don't really know, because synthetic pigments, I mean, they've been around. I mean, in some ways you could say they've been around for centuries, because artists have always tried to be really creative to come up with solutions to duplicate paints that the original compounds might be inordinately expensive, like gold, right? You know, if you want to get a gold-like effect, but you don't want to shell out for actual gold, well, then you would try to think of like what kind of metallic kind of colors or minerals, metallic pigments could we use to metallics, you know, could we mix to simulate gold, right? So artists have been doing that for a long time, but now most pigments have been created in a lab, and so it's possible 200 years from now we find out all the synthetic colors we're using right now are unstable and they yellow or disintegrate or crack. We don't really know, but Having said that, a lot of so-called pure original pigments also changed colors over the years. And speaking of the Mona Lisa, when we did that Mona Lisa painting, in fact, if you look in the Dropbox, you can see that there's different versions of that painting. There's a digital reconstruction. In fact, maybe let's, instead of me just talking about it, let me just bring it up here. See, this is why these episodes are often go for longer than, because I can't. So let's, okay. So this is what the Mona Lisa looks like today. If you go to the Louvre Museum and you look at it, this is what you probably would recognize as the Mona Lisa. But here is a digital restoration that was done a few years ago that attempts to simulate what it probably looked like when it was originally painted. And I'll just put those side by side up there so you can see the difference. Now there's a couple things. Obviously, one of the main things that would have affected the color of the painting would be the varnish that's been applied, and varnish is meant to be able to be removed, and varnish is there to protect the surface, and often that varnish will yellow over time. So it's possible that if they cleaned the Mona Lisa, we could get back closer to the original. But often a lot of materials that artists were using hundreds of years ago were not light fast, and as UV particularly was exposed to those paintings, those colors might have faded, which is why when you go to a museum and if you ever take a picture with your flash and security comes running over and scolds you, that's why. Is because the fear is that your flash is, and the flash of tens of thousands of other people over the years, will slowly degrade those pigments, and then you'll end up with a painting that is severely damaged like that. Christina says, or more directly, can you use cerulean hue and get decent results? Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, yes. You can use synthetic pigments. I mean, what we're using today is all synthetic pigments. And while, and I would say, unless you're like a connoisseur, you probably, even if you had those two paintings side by side, I would say 99% of people wouldn't be able to tell the difference. It's sort of like, a sommelier. If you somebody says this is a $10,000 bottle of wine, and this is one from Trader Joe's for $2, right? Can you taste the difference? I'd say, and if you did a blind taste test, probably most of us would be like, I don't know. Both taste like, I mean, I don't drink, so it's been a long time, but I think most people would probably have a hard time telling the difference. I mean, again, I've never had a $10,000 bottle of wine, so. Christina says, gotcha, thanks so much for that. Bella says, yes, painting the Mona Lisa a couple of hours a day. Awesome. Bella says, I love that paint tube presser pusher. Where is that? Yeah, this here. You can buy this. I've probably had this for 20 years, so I don't even know where I got it. But it's the tube ringer from the Gill, Gill Mechanical Company, Eugene, Oregon. The tube ringer. And you can see it's got these, so when you put your paint tube in there, it works pretty good with these types of tubes of paint, but it works really good for like those aluminum metal tubes of paint, because once you run it through there, paint will never be able to get back up, whereas this, kind of opens back up, and if I were to leave the paint like this, it'll slowly kind of drip back down. Okay. Let's get a move on, Michael. But I love all these questions. Awesome, awesome. Okay. Next step is to stain the surface of the canvas. Now, you don't have to do this step at all if you don't want to. However, speaking of like Leonardo da Vinci and the Mona Lisa just moments ago, great artists throughout history, masters of whom we've been studying from, often have used this process or a version thereof, sometimes combined with another step that we'll come to here in a moment called underpainting. But essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to use some of this warm yellow that I have here, and I'm going to spread it across the surface. Now, traditionally, artists would use a bit more of a brown kind of color, a rusty red kind of color for this process. I like to use the warm yellow because it gives it just a little bit more of a warmer glow. And this is also the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylics. Because, you know, just think you use water to clean your brushes. So what water is doing is it's breaking down the bonds of the painting, of the paint. But here, because we're painting directly onto this gessoed surface, and gesso, remember, is basically plaster, that water is really going to help this paint stain the surface. So the Imprimatura is less like painting and more like staining the surface. You know, it's probably more similar to what a watercolorist would call a wash. And so by adding water, it's going to really get soaked in and absorbed into that surface. And it's going to get into all the nooks and crannies, so that if there should be little gaps of paint, the water's going to kind of go in and kind of bleed out, so that ideally there won't be any white of the canvas remaining. And I think if you're a beginner artist, this technique will make your paintings overnight look way better, way more professional, way more complex. Even if you cover the painting almost entirely up with color, the Imprimatura is going to be there influencing everything else that comes on top of it. And, you know, one way I kind of talk about it is it's sort of like pizza sauce on a pizza. You know, on a pizza, you might not see the pizza sauce when you take the pizza out of the oven, or when you open the pizza box when it gets delivered, but you taste it. It's there, but it's not necessarily always visible. And so it's the same sort of thing here. This yellow, or whatever input, you can use fluorescent pink if you wanted, or orange, or brown, or black. One might even say, let's say, like a black velvet painting could be a kind of Imprimatura, even though that's more of the material support rather than a color that's been applied to that surface. But it's still being used for that similar sort of purpose. Ah, there's Ari, says, oh, hello. Okay. So, we're going to let this painting dry. Now that we've got it started, we've got our initial image transfer and the Imprimatura down here. While this is sort of doing its thing, let's talk a little bit about today's artist as well as the subject of today's painting. Okay, so let's start. You know, let's go right here. So today's artist is Paul Zeaiter, and Paul, even though I think is really one of the greatest artists of our time, especially when it comes to poster design. We're going to look at some of the incredible things that he's done over his career. He's a little bit reclusive, or at least publicly. There's not a lot of information or interviews with him out there. I think that should change. I don't know if he's just a really shy guy, but he is active on social media, so he's an incredibly influential artist, and I've been following his work for a long time, so I'm really excited to have an opportunity to showcase his work. So I just want to show, this is his personal website here. All these links are in the description below, paulzeaiter.com. Here's his Instagram. Here is OG Zeet. So kind of his nickname is Zeet, Z-E-E-T, and often he's at least used to sign his work with that in the corners. There's a video of him. He often does these videos on his Instagram where he shows all these different kinds of tips on how to really, often creating different effects with fonts, like motion graphics, but also showing the behind the scenes, these like time-lapse videos of his creations of various different posters. I'm not going to play any of those videos here, but I highly recommend that you subscribe to his channel. Here's his Behance.net page as well. There's a small little feature of his work. So I figured let's just go through some of the pages on his website here, just so you could see how amazing some of his work is. So here's just some images of these different font designs that he's created. And these are just so beautiful. Like, all of these are custom fonts that he's created that would be super fun to use. This would also be a great project for college students, is like create your own alphabet, each different letter being a different font design. I don't teach font creation at Emily Carr University where I teach, but it wouldn't surprise me if some of my colleagues teach something very similar. Like, all of these would be super cool. And I kind of feel like a lot of the things, so you're going to see there's work that he's done as commissions for Marvel and Disney and various different major brands, Pepsi, etc. But it also seems like he gives himself these little activities, these little challenges, which is quite common in the illustration world, where, you know, there's, at Emily Carr, there's, I should remember, but every fall, if I recall, it's, again, this has been a while since before the pandemic. I don't know if we've been doing it since the pandemic's over, but these it's like illustration month, basically, where you try to do 30 illustrations in a month kind of thing. It's very, very popular with our students, or at least it was here. Here's a poster design for the recent Star Wars Ashoka limited series. That's beautiful. This is for the Blue Beetle advertising campaign. I mean, you may have seen a bus that was wrapped with one of his designs on it. Isn't that cool? So that's why I say, like, you might have, like, I don't know who this guy is we're talking about today. Well, you've probably seen his work, you know, on the street somewhere. And it's interesting too because one of the things that Paul Zeaiter is one of his major inspirations is kind of club culture. He's a DJ musician himself, as well as pop culture and film and street culture. And so it's kind of fitting that it kind of goes full circle, that he gets inspired by art on the street, whether that be graffiti, breakdancing, hip hop, and then brings that back into his work, and then takes things like, you know, video games, Star Wars, and gives these reinterpretations of them. And then often they end up on posters, on buses, billboards, in the street again. I think these are super cool. These like kind of 8-bit graphics of Star Wars figures. Like, these are beautiful. And these aren't just like somebody applying a filter over top of an image. These are all carefully constructed, and they have to be tweaked, and this requires a lot of work to create these kinds of things. Anyway, I could look at those. These are beautiful. I particularly love those kind of images. You know, so here's a kind of a one that's probably not approved by, is it Mattel that runs Barbie? But here's, I think this one is called Barbie on a Barbie, like a how do you? I'm going to try my Australian accent when talking about an Australian artist. Barbie. No, that's. Oh my goodness. My sister. I just spent Christmas with my sister and her family down in Australia, and I definitely came back speaking with an Australian accent because it's one of the more entertaining ones for us North Americans. I thought this was hilarious. Here we've got Mark Zuckerberg, and why does his name not come? You know, I'm talking about the Tesla, Twitter, or X owner. You know, when something just right on the tip of your tongue. Okay, this is going to drive me crazy. Who owns X? Elon Musk. Okay, there we go. My goodness. So I love this, you know, again, so what's funny is, you know, this illustration, and he's done a lot of work for like Marvel and Disney and these sort of epic battles of superheroes fighting. And so here you've got Elon Musk with all of these birds, Twitter, which, you know, their logo used to be a bird, you know, going head to head against Mark Zuckerberg. I don't know what the pink nodes are, what these kind of fibers are. Maybe that's this idea that Facebook will get into every facet of our lives, intertwine around us. Here's a poster for the Flash movie. There's a great animation showing how he did this, because obviously some of this begins with photographs of the actors and costumes, but all of this, all these effects, all these colors, the lightning, compositing these various different characters together into one image and giving it this kind of blurred effect, like, oh, there's this action going on. That is really tough. And I teach illustration at Emily Carr University, and I've shown years ago, I've shown my students some of his work before, and I'm thinking, like, I hope nobody asks me how to do some of this stuff, because boy, oh boy, this is pretty complex. Or it's complex, but it's also just masterfully done. Like, it requires a great deal of patience, great deal of knowledge of how to use these tools. Here's the Shazam movie and the poster for it. or in the billboard, sorry. Isn't that beautiful? And, you know, I feel like these come in the great tradition of poster artists from like the 30s and 40s, like old Hollywood, all those hand-painted posters. Some of my favorite are like poster for Indiana Jones. And so obviously Indiana Jones was an attempt to kind of kind of pay homage to the great serial films, not bowl of cereal, but like serial films used to be, you know, back 100 years ago. It was basically like television. You'd go there and they'd show like a 10-minute episode of, you know, Zorro, and then there would be the inevitable cliffhanger, as they were called, and it would appear Zorro would fall off a cliff and die, and then you'd be like, oh no, what happens? You go back next week, and oh, turns out Zorro managed to hang on to a vine and climb back up. He's not dead after all. So anyway, one thing I love about Paul Zeaiter's work is like, look at this perfect example here, kind of again, this harkening back, honoring the great poster artists of the past with these incredible images, with all these different figures combined together. I mean, and again, all of the, like, so not only does he make like the one big poster, but then you can see he's got dozens and dozens of these smaller ones for like every character. So beautiful. And again, they're based on original photographs, but to take all those photographs and to give them a cohesive look and color them so they all appear very similar, and then the particular kinds of the look, the filters and everything, just bang on, bang on. Here's a poster for the Batman. Again, you may or may not have seen this movie that came out just a couple of years ago now, but you probably saw these posters all over the place. And posters have been and as important, or maybe even still more important than video, than trailers, because sometimes you see the poster long before you see the trailer, or sometimes you see the trailer months before, and then the poster is there to remind you and incentivize you to go see that film. And so they carry do a lot of heavy lifting in the viewer's imagination, and they're just masterful. And so you can see he's not only just designing these posters for the North American, European audiences, but we see these posters in various different languages, Chinese and Japanese, Latin American. All right. Oh my, I mean, that is a beautiful poster. I love all these, every decision here has been made very carefully. This kind of what would you call that? This kind of painted edge that's kind of got that's kind of rough quality, makes it seem like this is, something that's worn and maybe harkening back to the past, right? It's got a kind of patina to it. Here's some poster, or this is for a cover for a science fiction magazine on Dune. He also did some of the posters for Dune itself. The Star Wars Han Solo spin-off film. I mean, any one of these posters would be the kind of thing that I would love to have, in my bedroom when I was like a 12-year-old kid. I'd love to have them in my bedroom today. These are so cool. And and we're just scratching the surface. You could see all of these links here down below. Let's just, man, this Godzilla, those are gorgeous. Look at, oh my goodness. Like the color choices and balance here are absolutely spectacular. Let's see, I want to click on a few more. Tomb Raider poster. It's The Incredibles 2. Aquaman. Wow, that's gorgeous. I hadn't seen that one before. The Willem Dafoe villain. That's great. Oh my goodness, look how cool this train platform. Are you kidding me? Where is that? Shuangjin. Wow. Can you imagine, like, the floor having this water texture to it? That would be awesome. I imagine that was Instagrammed like nuts. People walking through. Here's the Aladdin film. Recent Bad Boys movie. Look at this cool Snoop Dogg. Wow. Are you kidding me? They made it. Yeah, the album comes in a tire. That is pretty cool. So, you know, also, so not just poster design and album design, but also a career in product design as well, like the package design. That is cool. Wow. That's neat. The soundtrack to the Simpsons movie came in a box in the inside of a plastic donut. How creative. Wow, that's so cool. Quincy Jones? What is that? Wow. Another cool... Wow. Okay. So you can... I mean... You can flip through the dozens and dozens of pages on Paul Zeaiter's website here in order to kind of get acquainted with his work. Maybe we'll end back here. I do want to now just do a quick little introduction to the subject of today's painting as well, just so we have an idea of who we're making a painting of. And again, some people are going to be very excited about this, and some people are can barely contain their rage, right? And that's just the world that we're living in right now. But I do think whatever side of the political spectrum you're on, I think anyone who's going to put their name forward for public office, who's going to take that risk, especially in today's divisive times, has a lot of courage. It is, I mean, it is like a blood sport these days, and it takes I mean, my own limited interaction with politics. I was the president of the faculty association at the university I teach at, and that was eye-opening. Because basically you become the focal point for everybody's frustrations. You get you're you're literally the focal point for the administration's frustration with the faculty, and you're the focal point for the faculty's frustration with the administration, because it's like, why aren't you doing enough to make this and this happen, you incompetent fool? And man, it is brutal. And through that role that I had as the faculty association president, I got to meet a number of other local politicians, including the premier of British Columbia, which would be, for the American audience, like the governor of California or something, like the role that Arnold Schwarzenegger once had, right? And that was really interesting. There's a couple great anecdotes I have about that, but let me see if they can come up a little bit later. Okay, so Kamala Harris, Kamala Harris was born in 1964, and so at this moment is currently age 59. She was born in Oakland, California. Her mother was Shamala and her father Donald. Her mother, originally from India, is a really important endocrinologist who did some really important research in the field of breast cancer, and to combat breast cancer. And her father was an economist who was the first black scholar to be granted tenure at the Department of Economics at Stanford University, and now has emeritus status there. So both of her parents were people who set a number of firsts for people of color, and in terms of her mother for women. And so she grew up in Berkeley, which is right next door to Oakland, in the Bay Area there. And if you know anything about what was happening in the 1960s, Berkeley, California was sort of the hotbed for liberal thinking, and there was all sorts of protests there. It was sort of like ground zero for where a lot of left-wing progressive movements were being spawned from. And so I don't know if she talks about having memories, but her parents took her to various different rallies when she was in a stroller. And so from a very young age, because her parents were very active in the civil rights movement, so from a very young age, she became aware of the importance of standing up for what you believe in. And again, whether you agree with what she stands up for is a whole other thing, but I do think it's important for people to stand up for what they believe in. If it's something that's important to you, you have to be vocal about it. That's I guess, the anecdote I have about meeting the Premier of British Columbia is I was talking with him about various different issues that deal with universities and faculty and that kind of thing, particularly when it comes to part-time faculty. And one of the interesting things he said to me is, like, in order for me to do something about this, I need your help to make it a cause that people can get behind. He's like, I totally believe it. He had this is Premier John Horgan, who's since retired. He's like, I'm a former union leader myself, so I totally I'm pro-union. I'm pro for everything that you guys stand for. But how am I going to get out there in front of the public and say that we need more money for teachers when there's hundreds of other groups out there also asking for money and support, time and attention, etc. So that's something that really stuck with me, is that, like, if you want politicians to do something, even if that politician is on board, you need to help them, right? You need to make it so that you have to help them make the case for whatever topic, theme, movement, idea it might be. And So I think when Kamala was a young woman, a little girl, she's seeing her parents standing up for what they believe in, trying to motivate local politicians and national politicians to take action, particularly in this case on civil rights. One thing that kind of surprised me that I didn't know, so I think her parents got divorced when I think she was about 7 years old, and basically Kamala and her sister Maya ended up living with their mother, and their mother got a job at McGill University at the School of Medicine, which is in Montreal, Canada. And so, really, for the next like 5, 6 years of Kamala's life, she and her family spend in Montreal. And so she attends Westmount High School. Westmount High School is a public school in a really nice part of Montreal, maybe one of the wealthiest parts in all of Canada. And so it's what's kind of unusual about that is there are a lot of private schools in Westmount, but there's this public school right in the middle of this very wealthy, old money part of Montreal. And really, old money Canada is old money, like old Europe kind of money, right? And so at least it tended to be, a lot of students who would get bussed in from further afield, often, kids from, who were living in some level of poverty, often people of color. Again, I'm not sure how things have changed. But it is also a bit of an iconic school in Canadian popular life. Some of the most famous alums of Westmount High School would be Art Ross, who's a very famous, long dead hockey player. I think the Art Ross Trophy is I think it's for the MVP of the NHL, if I recall. There's a few others. But probably somebody that I'm the biggest fan of would be Leonard Cohen, the poet and singer, also went to Westmount High School, not at the same time as Kamala Harris. But anyway, so it kind of holds a particular kind of place within the zeitgeist of Montreal. So after she graduates from high school in Canada, in Montreal, she goes to Vanier College, also in Montreal, for a couple of years, and then transfers to Howard University, which is a really important black institution in the United States, in Washington, D.C. And she becomes part of the AKA sorority, which is quite a powerful group. I was watching a video earlier today, and there's, let's say, 300,000 women who attended at one point that sorority, and they vote. They tend to vote anyway as a block, and that's a lot of very powerful, important women who form that block. So she has some powerful people behind her who support her. And so ultimately, she ends up going to UC San Francisco, University of California in San Francisco, into the College of Law out there, and graduates in '89. She works as a lawyer in the district attorney's office. I'm just going to skip through a few things. Kind of I watched an interview with her biographer talking about how when they were kids in Montreal, one of Kamala Harris's fellow students confided that she had been abused, and so Kamala told her mother, and sort of the legal process unfolded from there. But I think it made Kamala, at least her biographers talking about this being like a particularly kind of key pivotal moment in this young woman's life where she realizes, like, I want to stand up for marginalized people. And because one of the questions I think that somebody who was interviewing the biographers, like, how does somebody go from being, this, going to protests in Berkeley with her parents and kind of standing up for civil rights, and to then becoming, someone would say on the opposite, flipping to the other side onto the government side of things and becoming a prosecutor. And it's really because of this formative experience where she felt like, in order to really make change and to stand up for people who might have been abused or taken advantage of, she needed to kind of get into the walls of power. So eventually she becomes, in 2002, the district attorney of San Francisco. A few years later becomes the attorney general of California in 2011. Then runs for U.S. senator when, I think it was Barbara Boxer stepped down. And as U.S. senator until she ran for president in 2019. Her presidential campaign kind of flamed out. And then she was eventually picked by Joe Biden to be his running mate. And obviously they were elected to into office in November 2019. And since then have been president and vice president together. And over just the past few months, she has become the Democratic nominee for President of the United States for the 2024 American election, which will happen in just a couple of months from now. So, and there's a number of, throughout her life, just like her parents' lives, she has also set a number of firsts. I think she was the, certainly the first female, either first female in district attorney and attorney general, might have also been, or might be first female or person of color or both in those roles. And then as vice president of the United States, which is the second highest office in the entirety of the United States, making her the most powerful female in the history of the United States. Even if she doesn't become president, is still kind of was the person to kind of reach the highest as a woman of any color, which is amazing. And obviously, should she become president, she would become the first female African American president and first Asian American person to become president as well. So there's a lot of firsts behind her and potentially to come in the next little while here. Lots of great articles and essays. I was looking at some of these polls. I find these kind of polls, you don't know what to think about these things, like, for like people approve and disapprove. We'll look at the same sort of thing with Donald Trump next week, who has similar kinds of figures. I don't know how much to... I feel like every year they do these polls and almost they always tend to be wrong. So I don't know if it's just if there's any value in them whatsoever. And if anything, like, the better they get for one candidate, the more anxious I become that there's going to be a really big surprise that things, because that's what happened to Hillary Clinton. People are like, oh, it's a landslide victory, and we know how that turned out for her, right? There was like this list of 55 things about Kamala. I'll go through some of this. Her name means lotus in Indian and is another name for the Hindu goddess Lakshmi, which I thought was quite wild. I thought this was funny too. When she was 13 years old living in Montreal, her and sister Maya led a successful demonstration in front of their apartment building in protest of a policy that banned children from playing on the lawn. Right? So you can see from a young age, she is like not gonna take it. And it's funny watching a number of videos in preparation for today's episode. You can see that she is a tough person. She's one of those persons who's, seems very friendly, big smile, very positive person. But you get the feeling like if you're on her bad side, watch out. You are about to be torn wide open. You can see her doing questioning of various different people as part of her various different roles, whether it be district attorney or in the Senate, and her questions are blistering. I heard somebody say she really likes to be the person asking the questions. And so if there could be a criticism, of which there could be many of them, but one of them is she likes asking the questions, but especially recently hasn't put herself in a position where people are asking her many questions. And there hasn't been very many interviews with her recently, which is a little bit strange. And those interviews that have been done with her haven't gone too well, and have kind of gone viral because of how she answered some of those questions. So, yeah, and I mean, that's, if you're a lawyer, you're the one who gets to ask all the tough questions, and you don't often have to be the person on the stand getting grilled. But when when things are flipped the other way, that's potentially one of her weaknesses. So we'll see if and when there's debates with her and Donald Trump, how she fares in there. And some people said, oh, it's going to be she's just going to destroy Trump. Some other people are like, well, this could be a little bit of a surprise because Donald Trump's a bit of a wild card. So I don't know how you prepare for a debate with him. What are some, let's see, another thing that I think might be on kind of the list of kind of downs about potential things about her that I think are, she in many ways she's very much like an establishment figure, and when you're running against Donald Trump, who pretty much epitomizes the anti-establishment, that can be a big negative. Right? If she was running against almost anybody else, I'd say she would be up for a landslide victory. But she is very much like a politician. I watched a number of older interviews with her where, she would find the most, very skillful at avoiding questions. And people would be like, what is her policies on anything? I can't really figure out what, she stands for. And, I suppose we could say the same thing about Donald Trump. Like, I mean, he is very vocal about a lot of things, but there's also a lot of things that, he leaves quite vague. And we'll talk about him next episode as well, because he has his own way of kind of avoiding those direct questions. Maybe even more skillfully than, or he definitely is more skillful at doing that than Kamala Harris. Let me see. Oh, I think this is... So she married Doug Emhoff, a corporate lawyer in Los Angeles, and which was officiated by her sister Maya. And Emhoff has 2 children from a previous marriage, and they call Kamala Harris Mamala. I thought that was really funny. Like, the different names that kids give the adults that are close to them in their lives, and because as a parent, you kind of have to figure out how are children gonna be able to refer to the different grandparents, you know, without it just getting too confusing. So, at least in our family, we've come up with a few different creative ways of doing that. With there being a grandma and a grandpa, and then on my side of the family, a baba and Gidu being my parents for our daughter, which is something my sister came up with, because Gidu is kind of a meaningless word, sort of, kind of Ukrainian-ish. Okay, I think I should move on here. I'm just seeing if there's any more of these fun little facts. She wakes up at 6 in the morning, works out for half an hour on the elliptical, has a bowl of Raisin Bran with almond milk, tea with honey, and lemon before work. Oh, and then maybe we'll end here. So her motto comes from her mother, Shamala. Quote, "You may be the first, but make sure you're not the last." I think that's great. And whatever kind of... If you're going to be blazing a path forward, make sure that there's room for the people who you hope will follow. Right? So that you don't just go through the door and the door locks behind you, but the door stays wide open. Okay, I think that's probably more than good enough. I think this is probably dry by now here. So, let's move forward. Oh, you know, I was going to just say here. Okay. So let's just talk quickly about today's painting and that we're about to do, and let's look at the original and just sort of think about the context within which it was created. So today's artwork originally comes from a campaign that Paul Zeaiter was commissioned to do for Joe Biden's original presidential campaign in 2019. And so he made these images. There's this one here, the United campaign. There's his illustration of Joe Biden. I think that is a really beautiful drawing. I love the kind of the wrinkles in the forehead and kind of how he's also used that same sort of texture for the hair, and yet it seems like hair and not wrinkles, which is, I think, is very difficult to do, to pull that off. So here's today's image. So you'll notice that the image we're going to be painting from, I photoshopped out all of the text. So I'm hoping I did a reasonably good job and things still function well. There's a portrait of the two of them together. And then I really like this image as well. All these people together inside the map of the United States. It is always a little bit funny where you've got Alaska and Hawaii kind of have to be included there somewhere, because obviously someone would say, what about Hawaii? But it does seem a little odd just floating there off on the bottom. And then a few different images with a different font. Here there's also a side portrait of her. And then you see people carrying these posters through the streets. So, you know, I think this is a really beautiful image. This one, the reason why I didn't say, like, it, I think it's deceptively complex, in the sense that we've got a bunch of contrasting colors, the same sort of contrasting colors that we would see, let's say, in a Vincent van Gogh painting, where we've got, you know, really strong contrast between different colors, like this bright green next to these kind of browns and purples, blues right next to reds, yellows right next to purple, you know, like, so almost colors on the exact opposite of the color wheel, or almost, and yet, so one would say like that would make for these a lot of very easy distinctions. But then when we get into some of these things, it almost looks like we have the misregistration, where, you know, let's say the way that the printing process used to be done with like different colored plates going over top, and sometimes if they were off a little bit, you'd have this misregistration happening. And so Andy Warhol really took advantage of those kind of printing defects in his work. And so we see a little bit of that in here. And one thing that makes me a little bit nervous about that is that it means that the edge is a little bit blurry, right? It appears very defined, but when we actually start to paint this, so I'm just thinking to myself, it won't surprise me at all if by the end of today's episode, if my painting doesn't quite capture Kamala Harris's likeness here, because this is, to paint it in the same way that Paul Zeaiter did, it's going to be a bit of a challenge. And, you know, getting the shape of the nose and the eyes, I'll do my best, and obviously you'll see the process here, but let's just brace ourselves for the potential of some of this looking a little bit more generic than we might hope, right? So I just want to kind of put that out there, because if you're painting along, and often what happens, people are like, my paint, I did something wrong, it doesn't quite look like her, I must be a terrible artist. The reality is, painting a picture of anybody and to capture a likeness is difficult to begin with, but because of the kind of, what I'm calling misregistration, it's not a misregistration, it's the kind of the look of misregistration that we see in a few places here. First of all, to capture that is difficult, but then to create a likeness while capturing that misregistration is doubly difficult. So I may end up upgrading this from a novice intermediate to intermediate, even advanced, as we go. We'll see here. Okay. Next step is to potentially do an underpainting. And as I mentioned before, artists have different definitions of pretty much any term you can think of. And when it comes to underpainting, this one may be no more so, because, or way more so, because some people will combine the Imprimatura into the underpainting and what I call the background layer all into one single step. For the purposes of these videos, because they're intended to be kind of educational, I try to break them down into separate steps so that they're a little bit easier for especially a beginner to follow. But so for my purpose, the way I'm going to describe like the underpainting is really kind of maybe doing a little bit of outlining with some darker colors, so that when I paint other colors over top of them, those darker colors might come through a little bit and make it easier to see where the nostrils go, or the eyebrows go, etc. Right? So let's begin here. Let's look at the painting. Let's just see what color we could use for this. Now, generally, I'd mix something pretty dark. I mean, that's what we'll probably do anyway, but I usually make like a black or a really dark brown. But if we look at this, I'm kind of, I mean, there is black, could be like a dark red or dark blue. I think I'm going to go for a darkish blue. So I'm going to start out by mixing. I'm basically going to make a black, but I'm going to make it a blue dominant black. So I'm going to take my warm red here and my cool blue. Let's take a bunch more of it. So I got my warm red, cool blue, and cool yellow all together. And if I have the exact same ratios of those three colors, I'm going to get a black. However, I've deliberately added an extra little scoop of blue here in order to make kind of a little bit more of a bluish black. Now, right now, it looks pretty black, but it also looks like a really dark green. You know what? I think that's actually good. We're pretty much very little, if any, of this color is going to make it through to the end of the painting and remain visible. So sometimes I might spend a little bit of time kind of mixing this to try to get something pretty accurate if I'm expecting it to poke through in a few places. But here, I don't know how much of this would be left over, so I'm gonna be kind of fine with this as it is. So let's do a side by side here. Okay. Chat's gone a little bit quiet. I don't know if people are doing their own thing or they've fallen asleep. I know there's a lot of people who really like tuning in as a sleep aid. Apparently, I'm really good at helping people fall asleep. Okay. So I'm not too worried about making really clean, perfect lines here. My primary objective is basically just painting some of the most important lines on the face that I don't want to lose. Now, depending on the way that you make a painting, we could just skip this step entirely. And you know, when I'm painting my own paintings on my own, that's often what I do. But, you know, I've been painting for, you know, like 20 plus years. So I'm pretty confident that, you know, if I made a mistake, or let's say I was painting and I completely lost all the facial features and this was just a big blob of green paint or something, I'm fairly confident that I'd be able to kind of retrieve those details to some extent. Like I could kind of eyeball it. But not everybody has been painting for 20 plus years and feels that they'd be able to do that. And so I think this particular kind of thing that I'm doing right now is much more important for people like that. And, you know, even for me, like, it does also speed things up a little bit. You know, if I don't have to go back and try to find out where my lines are, then that's just one less step. So what I'm using right now is probably one of my oldest and most worn brushes that I own. Right, so it's kind of a little bit chunky. The paint's not really coming off the way that I would hope. But often I like using, I kind of like running my brushes into the dirt rather than tossing them away. I kind of like, well, you know what? Rather than just throwing this brush out, I'll use it for early stages of the painting where precision isn't really as important. And not just because I'm cheap, which I am, but also because using a brush like this that is very unlikely to make a nice clean line, there's two ways to go about it. One is like, oh, well, it's really going to force me to, I'm really going to have to go really slow to get something that looks even reasonable. Or I'm just like, you know what, I'm not going to be able to get anything that looks reasonable. I might as well just like allow myself to be able just to do it quickly and not worry about precision. Okay. Wow, that's interesting. Now it kind of has a little bit of the look of Frank Miller, the artist who did well, he did Daredevil and Batman. We did a Frank Miller painting, actually, of Daredevil. But probably more famous to people as the director of the original author of Sin City, and then I think he directed one of them, maybe? 300. Or, what is it? John Romita Jr. is another comic book artist whose style looks a little bit like this. Ari says, I wouldn't fall asleep, but it is often close to my bedtime. Christina says, getting people to sleep is its own superpower. Christina says, what happens to me is that midway through, the facial features that I thought were accurate have somehow shifted. That's exactly what happened to the Kamala painting I started last week. I get my proportion tool out and try to adjust that way, but things go sideways quick. Yes. I mean, okay, so one of the things that you bring up is one of the arguments against using templates in the way that I like to teach in class. Because one of the things that I think it can make us think is that there is a right way to do it and everything else is wrong, right? If we start with a template and we put the eyes here, and then as we start painting it, things get a little bit messy, and we lose where the eyes go, and they start getting, and they don't even have to go that far out of whack. And it's like, oh my goodness, I've totally lost it. I mean, how could I have gone so wrong when I've got this thing right here? Like, what is going on? And so the argument against using the template is that if we become too fixated on getting the template and transferring it, and the chances of us mimicking exactly what the template does is very low to begin with, is we're almost setting ourselves up for failure. The alternative to that would be to try to eyeball it and try to draw it from scratch without using the template. And while I'm sure certainly many of you are like, well, that's 100 times more difficult. Well, certainly it is more difficult, just objectively. Just tracing this onto here takes 5 minutes, whereas trying to draw this directly onto here or onto another paper and then transferring that drawing does take more time. I mean, there's no argument about that. But the argument would be that if the more that you practice doing that drawing, the better you would get at being able to draw that person without relying on the template, and that if things start to kind of get a little bit, haywire, then you can use that knowledge or in just the experience you had just maybe minutes or hours ago from drawing it to be able to fix it, because you've did it once and you'd be like, oh, well, I've got it right here, so it looks like my eye needs to be just a little bit bigger, because you did it before, so you can kind of think, okay, well, how do I get it closer to what I previously did? So in that sense, you can use that drawing process as a bit of a warm-up of solving some problems, and then when you do it here, you can kind of see how things have diverged from the original. And I do think, ultimately that might be one of, that would be maybe, I hesitate to say that would be the ideal way of working, but I think that would be the way probably a lot of people would want to be able to work ultimately, and not have to rely on a template. The other thing is using a template means that we're probably less likely to be really experimental, or to just kind of go, you know what, I'm just going to put one eye up here, another one here, and I'm going to jumble the features and just go wild, right? I'm less likely to take, a palette knife and just start smearing color in here because, I'm going to, I don't want to lose that eye, so I want to be much slower. So it can mean that people become way more cautious than even people would like themselves to be, to approach them. So, something inside me wants to get out. And I was just watching the Alien movie last night, so maybe I've somehow become infected with one of those things about to burst out of me. I don't know. When it comes to art, I often think, yes, there are lots of different ways to do everything that we do, but I don't really know if there's a best way of doing it. There's just alternatives, and like it's every time because sometimes you'll see me sitting here thinking like, well, should I do this or that? Which one's faster? Which one? And almost always I sort of I'm like, it probably would have been faster the other way, but you know what? It probably would have taken me the exact same amount of time. Like it's just, you know what? Just do it. But sometimes I like to kind of talk out loud in that way, just so people know that, well, we are at a bit of a crossroads, but I do see those crossroads as sort of kind of coming back and intertwining, and it doesn't really matter which one you pick, except for that those choices you make tell us a little bit about who you are or I am, and I think those choices are really important because, you know, what are we trying to do here besides like convey a little bit about who we are, even if we're painting a picture of another person. Christina says, yeah, the struggle is getting out of your own head and just focusing on what you actually see, getting that on the paper. Absolutely well put, Christina. That's the goal. And it's a goal that always seems just out of reach. And which can be frustrating for beginner artists, but I think the more and more you paint, the more you realize it's always just out of reach. And I don't know if it's because artists were delusional and we think one day I'm gonna get it, I'm gonna do it. It never seems to happen. Although sometimes you have those moments where you get really close, and those can be like when you do get really close, then you're you'll never forget it, and you'll always want to try to get back to that moment where you were like the brain and the hand were and the imagination were all directly connected for, you know, it's that state of flow that artists, athletes talk about probably more famously all the time, when they just get locked in and everything they're doing is just almost like they're being guided by by another hand, right? Okay, I'm just gonna blow dry this. Okay, so we're going to start with the background, which is typically my general recommendation is starting in the background so we can kind of either establish it or finish it before moving on to the foreground, so that the foreground elements are literally in front of the background, so that it'll push the background backwards, right? Because if one thing is in front of the other, well, then the thing that's in behind is further away, right? So it's just sort of a very easy trick to create the illusion of depth. Christina says the only way out is through, I guess. I like that. That's right. Yes. Sometimes you just got to go right through that wall, right? It's the only way out. Okay, so this background, how would that or could that have been created? So a few things. We can see that looks like he's added this kind of canvas-like texture into the background. We don't really see that in the face, so he's done just kind of a little bit of a different kind of texture in the background to kind of make the background look a little bit more unique. I think we can just safely rely on our own canvas to create that illusion of blue there. I'm just trying to think what would be the first color. Like, it looks to me like we've got this kind of baby blue, and then we've got some darker cool blue, a little bit of warmer purpley colors at the bottom, and then over top of all of that we've got this cool yellow green happening. So the main question in my mind at this moment is, should I just paint this whole thing cool blue bait, like with some white in it? Or should I leave a few little areas where we've got a bit more of this yellow coming through? And again, just like I just said, and probably doesn't really matter which way I go as long as I just do it. So let's take my cool blue and white. Oops. Okay, let's see these side by side, how close. It's kind of hard to get there. Let's see. I think that's pretty close. I think we could go a little bit darker here. Okay. You know what? I think I'm just going to paint. Let's just paint this whole background this blue. And you know, often I paint the paint over the edges and completely cover up my edges. I think I'm going to leave them a little bit exposed. Just debating if I want to put any under there. I was also thinking about maybe adding a little bit of matte medium and making this color a little bit more transparent. But again, it's just get on with it. Just do it. And then I'm just going to take my brush and just going to go a little bit over top of some of those pencil lines. Okay. I think that's probably good enough. I'm just going to clean this brush off before I move forward. Now, I'm going to blow dry that, and then I'm going to put some yellow over top. Now, I could just start painting the yellow into this wet blue, but it's going to mix instantly and start turning into green. And you could say, well, there is green there already. That's true, But one of the things that I do see in the original, again, of course, this is all a digital illustration, but there's a bit of like a dry brush kind of quality over top of there, and that's going to be impossible to do if I paint wet into wet. Okay, so let's mix this cool yellow now. You know what, I'm just gonna, so I got this white right there. It's got a little bit of blue in it. I'm gonna just take that right in there. I'm not gonna worry about a super clean white. Again, there's gonna be a little bit of blue there anyway. So you can see it's a little bit slightly greenish color. I'm going to take some matte medium. I'm going to put this matte medium into this paint. Probably should. Let's do this over here. So I'm going to take a bit of this color, but so this is now maybe 60% matte medium to the color I'm about to use. So it means it's going to be a bit transparent. Now it is white. White tends to be fairly opaque. And so what I just did also, so I've mixed this color up. It's a bit transparent. And then I'm kind of cleaning it off, cleaning the excess paint off onto the palette there, so that I can get what we call a dry brush. So let's get a different look. So there is paint on here, but look, like when I paint on my hand, it's not like there's a lot coming off. Like, let's do this here. See how it's kind of dry? All right, so that's what the dry brush technique is. Now, the dry brush technique was made famous by Chinese, Japanese, Korean artists hundreds of years ago, and it's a great way of building up very subtle areas of color differences and kind of gradations potentially. It's also pretty tricky to do. Because the one thing with, like, you're doing dry brush is you paint and then all of a sudden big, like, where did this darker one, how did that paint sneak off the edge? And so it's a bit of like, there's a bit of a gamble to it, that it doesn't always work the way you want. I think that's why a lot of Asian artists really liked it, is because it felt very performative, very just very challenging. You know, artists want, you know, as weird as it sounds, sometimes deliberately create problems for themselves so that they can try to solve them. Like, you know, there's a long history in Chinese art of kind of like splattering. We talked when we've done focused on Chinese artists, like splattering paint, like Wu Guangzhang, who would, like, you know, take paint to splatter it and then be like, well, what does that look like? Oh, it looks like the Great Wall. Let's turn those splatters and you know, it's kind of like reading tea leaves or something, right? You give yourself this weird prompt and then you try to pull an image out of it. Anyway, long story short, let's keep going. I'm a little hesitant to do this while it's still wet, so I'm actually going to blow dry this. Christina says, I'll have to watch the rest later, but thanks so much for answering my questions. I can't wait to try this. Sorry I called you Mark earlier. I just realized I did that. Mark Markowsky. Ari says, I make that mistake all the time when talking about Michael with my husband. Hey, I've said this many times. I had a teacher when I was in undergrad who used to call me Mark Markowsky for, you know, like all 4 years of college. I think I tried to correct him the first few times, and then I don't think he was doing it deliberately. I just think he just was like, no, that's your name. I'm pretty sure. I think I'm doing it right. Okay, well, sure. So, yeah. I totally, it doesn't bother me one iota. I'm so used to it at this point. And no offense taken or anything. So let's just go back here. Let's do a bit more of this. We could build this up quite substantially in this same way. And I know this could seem to some people like, you know, a big waste of time working in this way, especially if you want to build up, like if we were like, I might do maybe just a little bit more of this, and then maybe take a little bit more paint, and then maybe I will use some thicker bits of paint. But it's also kind of fun. Like, one thing I really love about doing these paintings is I get to spend a little bit of time with these different artists and their techniques, and I can kind of think like, oh, how can I use this elsewhere in other things that I'm doing? So I'm just gonna take a little bit more paint. Because this right here is a great way of building up a really complex background. Sorry, it wasn't on camera. That was that whole time. And so doing, like, this would be impossible to do wet into wet. Like, I wouldn't be able to paint this with two things of wet paint, because the paint would just start to, they would mix, right? So I wouldn't be able to get this kind of layering effect. Should we? You know what? Now that I'm looking at it, I see some warmer yellows in here that I didn't really see before. I'm going to now take, so this area right here is where I had my matte medium, where I really diluted this paint, whereas over here, this is the paint in its full concentration, meaning it's cool yellow and a lot of white, and there's no matte medium, so it's not going to be transparent. It'll be transparent when I paint it, because I'm also going to paint it with a dry brush, but it'll be a lot more opaque. So where's some areas where it's going to be more opaque? I would say, like, doing this, not worrying about you know, making it just like the original, just like having a little bit of fun. Okay, I think I'm going to quickly blow dry that. Okay, now I saw this as we're looking a little bit more of this cool yellow, so I'm going to bring that into here. My warm yellow. My apologies, my warm yellow. And that's good. Like that. Okay. I'm going to clean this brush. Okay. I'm going to take my cool blue, cool yellow here. Mix these up, because I see a few places where we want like a really intense cool green. be too much. So I'm going to take a little bit of that glazing fluid. Okay. So it looks like I might have a little bit too much paint on there, so I'm just gonna literally dry my brush off on that paper. I feel like I might have overdid that a little bit, although actually down here I think I want to do a bit more. So I'm going to clean that. Ari says, I love that dry brush technique for the background. Yeah, it is kind of fun. Okay, I'm going to go back to... my initial cool... In fact, I'm going to take more cool yellow. Oops. I feel like I kind of went a bit too far there. More warm yellow. Oh, and there's maybe even some just straight up warm yellow over here. To be a little bit more orangey. So let's take a bit of that orange. I'm going to take a bit of that gray. Okay. I think almost done here. I'm going to go with now some stronger blue. Down here. Or actually, before I go right in there, I'm going to take cool blue. So it's my cool blue. I'm just making it a bit darker. And then we'll just take some actual cool blue, full strength. Let me take a little bit of warm blue here. I think that could be darker, could also be blow dried and done again. But you know what? I think I might move on from this, start working on the face, and then there looks like there might be places where I might want to come back over top of that. Ah, there's Barbara. Hi, Barbara. Ah, celebrating your birthday with your husband. I didn't know that, Ari. Barbara says, I just woke up. It's the middle of the night here, but I can't resist checking in. You're so sweet, Barbara. I appreciate that. Although I don't know how I feel about contributing to someone's insomnia. But I do love that you made the time for us to check in. That's very cool. Okay, yeah, let's move on. And you know, it's one of those things where sometimes I look at it, I'm like, oh, well, I could do this, I could do that, and I could, oh, and it's like, you know what? It's the trap I always get into. So let's move on from the background and start painting in the foreground. Doesn't mean we can't come back to the background. And as I said, there's probably some stuff I want to integrate background-wise into the foreground and some kind of fun stuff, maybe towards the end of the painting where we can have a little bit of marks kind of colliding in between both of those different planes. But let's start getting some of the skin and the hair in here. So that we don't spend the entire episode just painting background. As fun as that was, that was very fun. And I would also say that that's also a great way to get warmed up, is if we can kind of be pretty sloppy, pretty weird in that background without feeling like we're really going to ruin anything, because it is just the background. And it is, you know, very kind of amorphous, indistinct. So by spending some time there, we can kind of just get the creative juices flowing so that when we are ready to paint the face, we feel like we're already a little bit in the mode. A lot of hand movements there. It's like I'm treading water or something. Ari says, I also can't resist. I usually check in right before going to sleep. Bad idea. All right, so I got offered an oil painting course. Ooh, cool. Is that to study from, or are you going to be teaching it? Got offered. Oh, maybe for your birthday? Maybe that's what that means. Interesting. So let's look at where our next step might be. So there's a few different things, and as I've said earlier, it really probably doesn't matter which direction we start to a certain extent. But okay, so we've got her face, and her face, the skin tone that Paul has used is this kind of peachy color. It's kind of a peachy orangey color. You know, it's almost, I don't think there's any brown really. Well, maybe a bit in her. Well, that's not even a brown. It's more like a red and black. So there's. I'm just having a mental debate as to should I basically cover her whole face with one continuous skin tone and then darken it, or kind of start by kind of painting basically some shapes on her face here. The main difference is if I paint red directly onto the yellow. Like if I paint, let's say, this area right here red, and then I paint kind of like a peachy color, which would be red, warm yellow, and white in around here, there's going to be kind of a bit of a difference because one has white, one's a tint, and one is the color at full strength. And this could end up getting really dark. I think I'm gonna paint that whole face one color, I think. And that's also gonna make my choice of having done the outlines much more important. Okay. Okay, so let's start with warm yellow and a little bit of warm red. We'll get this orange going, and then we're going to put a lot of white into it. Now let's see how close we are. Might have put a bit too much yellow in there. Okay, so let's put a bit more red. You know what? Maybe it needs a bit. Maybe it's just I put too much white in there to start. I'm gonna, even though the original color isn't really a brown, I'm gonna put a tiny bit of warm blue in here. That's gonna make this go a little bit more of a brown. I'm gonna put a bit more red in here too. You can see how little color I'm putting in at a time, right? Just little bits of red. It's really hard because I think this color is there in the original, but there's also lighter and darker versions, some with a little bit more red. So it's what I'm kind of this is kind of the eternal problem, is that this might be one of the colors there, but there might be 10 other colors adjacent to it. And so every time I look at the screen to try to match it, I'm like, well, that's not, it needs to be, I'm like, oh, but, oh. And so you end up kind of, so sometimes you just have to kind of like, you know what? I'm just going to take, I'm going to put a little more blue in here. Now that seems... You know what? Okay, let's. I'm gonna use this color. But once again, I'm gonna put some matte medium in here to make it a bit more transparent. That's also going to mean more of the yellow underneath here is going to come through. So notice I'm painting right through the eyebrows. Basically, the only thing I'm not painting is the whites of her eyes. Now, there's also a little bit of texture where I've painted and I see some of those brush strokes kind of coming through. Depending on the style of the painting, that can be good or bad. In this instance, I think that's actually going to be kind of a cool thing, being able to preserve some of those kind of brush strokes, because it is in a little bit of the same style as the original artist. Barbara says, Michael, I missed the artist profile. I will catch up tomorrow. Carolina says, one layer first, paint the whole face. Awesome. I'm glad that we were on the same track there. Ari says, this is so much fun to watch, but it's very late here, so I wish everyone a good day or good night. Barbara says, Ari, lovely gift. Lucky you. Oh, that was the painting course, was a birthday gift. You want to learn oil painting. Yes, awesome. Very cool. You know, one concern is at the moment this has I mean, obviously, it doesn't look like a Caucasian flesh tone. I put my own hand over top of it, but it definitely isn't as maybe dark as her natural skin tone. But we just have to remember, I mean, this is basically the skin tone that almost all humans kind of have somewhere in there, right? So we just have different, but, you know, the different quantities of different types of pigment. But we have that, and then we're going to darken, and so we just want to establish something there that we're going to paint over top of. Like, I think the color that I've just painted is kind of like up here in her forehead, a little bit in her cheeks here. So let's see, what should we do next? I want to do although part of me thinks what I should do next is some of the darker reds, so that, because otherwise some of these lines under here are going to kind of start to disappear. So I think that's the best thing to do. Okay. Well, she's got some, like, or he's used some solid red for many areas in this painting. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start out with a little bit of matte medium, though. Okay, so I'm going to take basically 50-50 matte medium to warm red. I was just thinking, maybe should I have done this with glazing fluid? Yeah, you know what? I'm going to add glazing fluid into this mixture, which is going to make the paint, it's do the same thing as the matte medium, but it's going to slow the drying time down. Because this is not painted the same way as the background. And so I'm just testing this out on her hair where I know it's going to be bright red. Okay, I feel pretty good about that. So I'm going to take that, and again, I'm going to go for where it's a little bit thinner. I'm also going to take a brush that I can use to blend things out. So So I think a painting like this is going to be very forgiving for playing, like adding paint like this, and maybe doing, if you kind of put it in quote unquote the wrong place. I think it's not going to be the end of the world. It won't be quite as catastrophic as it could be maybe with other paintings. Okay, I think that's... So I want to, I'm going to do another layer of this, but because there's glazing fluid in here, if I keep working and painting layers over kind of semi-wet layers, I'm actually going to peel that top layer off. And if you've seen me paint a few times, that's when kind of the worst stuff happens, where all of a sudden it's like, you know, it's like I went down to the Imprimatura or even the canvas and just peel, like, there's a big now, you know, scar right in the middle. So I have to be patient, blow dry it, and then continue painting on it again. Otherwise, I've learned my lesson a few times here. Barbara asks a great question. The blending brush you're using, is it soft or hard bristles? I find it difficult to get the right texture when blending. So the brush you want is the softest brush you can find. I've even seen some people use like makeup brushes. One of the kinds of brushes you could use would be what we call like a mop brush. And a mop, this is exactly, you could type it into Amazon or whatever. This is a mop brush, and mop brushes are often used for watercolors, for doing big washes. I mean, it's kind of, the idea is it's like a mop. Like you get a big slop of water and then you're just sort of mopping paint all over it. And so that's what it's used for watercolors, but for acrylic painting, a mop brush or just any other brush with very soft bristles works really well. So that's actually another thing too. When I've got paint brushes that are very soft, but you know, they're like this, they've kind of flared out a little bit, and so they're, you know, they got maybe some hanging pieces of, you know, so they've lost their shape. That actually makes them perfect blending brushes. So I save them. The thing is, if you try to use a really hard, like a grass based brush, like hay, which is often how like really cheap oil painting brushes are essentially kind of like a grass kind of texture, or hay bristles. Those are really, they're really inflexible, and they're going to scratch, which doesn't mean they're necessarily entirely bad, because sometimes you might want that really obvious brush stroke texture. It's almost like a comb scratching over the surface, and that can be really cool. Having said that, generally that's not what people want. So I just use, like, sometimes we'll use this for the same, I might use these two brushes interchangeably. And the other thing, and so what also happens is if I've done a lot of blending with one brush, it starts to get, you know, paint that's drying on it, and it starts to become a little bit stiffer and scratchy. And that, then it's like, okay, time to put it in the water, soak for maybe 5 minutes, and then clean that brush off. Get all that paint off, let it dry, find another brush. Like here's another exactly the same brush that I can use as well. So I usually have like 3 or 4 of these, so one can be drying and I can use another one. And 10 minutes later, when I'm done with one, I just switch to the other. Okay. If I want to make the darker parts more, or do I want to make things more red, or go, yeah, let's do more red. I was thinking, because there's some areas where I think I should have done a little bit more of this, but let's focus on I mean, just, it's basically, it's like applying, it's like a makeup brush if you're applying like rouge. And while I haven't really applied too much makeup, I've seen people do it enough times, and I've been on TV a few times and had, you know, people apply makeup on me, and let's blow dry that. I'm gonna clean both of these brushes here. Am I using this as blending? The other thing too, when I'm using a blending brush, I want it to be dry. I don't want it to be wet, because if it's wet, it's like I'm cleaning the paint off rather than just, you know, buffing it out, right? So that's why it's really important to have maybe a few of the same sort of size of brush, so that one can be drying while I'm getting the next one ready. Okay, I think I want to go for... I'm going to put some cool yellow. I was thinking about using paint I've got here, but there's a lot of green in it. I think I want one that's just mostly cool yellow. So I got my cool yellow. Add some glazing fluid here now. You know, let's zoom in. Okay. Okay. Barbara says, that makes sense. I have a few makeup brushes. I'll experiment with them. This is great background on this painting. I love the contrasting colors. Me too. I think it's really makes this painting really dynamic. It really works really well because there's a lot of red in the foreground. So if we had a lot more red in the background, I think the painting would look really flat. Whereas the blue, in contrast with the red, really makes it pop. Barbara says, I've just received a challenge from Kathy to produce 10 artworks in 10 days. No pressure. I'm doing well if I produce one a month. Yes, yes. That's a good challenge. Wow. Got your work cut out for you there. Okay. You know what? I should blow dry this. Let's follow my own advice. Says, I'm going to refer back to your drawing classes where we drew a picture in 5 minutes. Okay, so I'm taking now my just cool yellow at full strength. I have a little bit of glazing fluid here just to give me the option to blend a little bit if I want. I think technically some of this yellow is actually warm yellow, but I'm using cool yellow because it's going to just be a little bit more saturated. It's going to pop a little bit more. They're going to look very similar. And one of the reasons I just went and painted a bit of the previous layer had white in it, because it's going to help make this stand out and pop a bit more. If I just painted this cool yellow directly on here, it'd be harder to really see what, if any, effect it would have had. It would just kind of look a little bit orange. Okay. Now I'm gonna go right to my warm red again. And now this has a much higher concentration of pigment. There's a little bit of glazing fluid in here. Okay, I'm going to start getting a bit smaller, so I'm starting to use some smaller brushes now. So the top lip is almost always darker than the bottom lip because the top lip is getting all of the shadow versus the bottom lip is getting all of the direct light. think I'm going to clean these things up and then switch. Jesco Studio says, I used to sleep with your beginner's drawing course playlist all night, hoping to absorb some of it while I slept. I don't think it worked, but it was some of the best sleep I had in years. That's great. Barbara says, I did the course last year. Absolutely brilliant. Changed my life forever. Oh, thank you, Barbara. Trap says, it's 7:50 a.m. here. Good morning, my friend. You're getting up while other people are going to bed. Feel like an all-night convenience store or something. People are coming and going. I love it. Okay. I think we need to introduce some purples and blues in here. I'm feeling pretty good with where things are at right now, but it feels, her face feels very red, like she's been out in the sun way too long. And we want to make it clear that this red here is intended to be a wild abstraction exaggeration of her real skin color. And one way to do that is by using another color, maybe contrasting color, that is also quite saturated and extreme, so that it becomes quite clear that, well, none of these colors are the real quote-unquote colors. This is, you know, an artist's reinterpretation, and the artist has taken a lot of creative liberties with those areas. Okay, so the color that seems to me, well, there's a few colors that are immediately lacking here. One is, well, I guess we're missing some greens. I didn't even think of that, and some pinks. But really, looks like there's this warm blue and purples. I don't think it really matters. You know what? I think what I want to do is, I haven't really touched the bottom of this painting down here where there is some purples, these magentas. I think I want to get that in because that's going to change the way I see the rest of the painting. With all that yellow down there in my peripheral vision, it's hard for me to really see what the painting truly is color-wise. So let's take our cool red, our magenta. Take a little bit of cool blue. Now that color it's a really dark purple, but also if I paint this right here, it's going to go basically black, because now I've got red, blue, and yellow. This is it'll mix optically if I put this full strength purple here. So rather than doing that, I'm going to put some white into this purple, which means it's not quite exactly the color we see there, at the moment anyway, but it's going to help make this color ultimately pop, because I can paint this, and then I'm going to mix this color again, paint it over top of it, maybe with a little bit of fluid to thin it out, and it'll be much more visible. So this is one of the advantages of using, let's say, a drawing program software, is that we don't have to really build up any kind of lighter layers, so that subsequent layers will kind of stand out over top of it. We can just paint them on top and just set whatever blending settings for that layer or not, and they will look great. It doesn't quite work like that with painting, because on a computer screen the light emanates from within, right? As opposed to on a painting, the light is reflected off the surface. We have light coming on, hits the surface, bounces back to our eyes, as opposed to kind of beginning inside the monitor. I'm going to do the same thing, but I'm going to take more warm blue into this mixture. Like, I gotta say, I really enjoy this type of painting. Like just putting little dabs of paint here and there. I might have to change the shape of her lip there. It's a little bit concerning. In fact, maybe I'm going to try doing that right now. I'm going to take some of this initial skin tone. Just painting out that dark black line that was there. So I'm just seeing a few lines that are kind of pretty harsh that I wanted to kind of minimize. Okay, I think that's good. Let's blow dry that. Okay, I'm going to paint with a little bit of cool red right out of the tube. This might look kind of dark in a few places, but that's okay. Not sure how well all that's going to show up on camera. It might look just really dark. So speaking of dark, let's take our basically black we made at the beginning. I'm going to put a substantial amount of, I'm going to put cool red in here to get just a bit of a darker quality quicker. I'm going to put a bit of glazing fluid in there just to make it a bit blendable if I want it to be. Actually, you know what? I should probably just blow dry this. It feels pretty sticky. Barbara says, to be able to just pick up a pencil and draw something is such a joy, and learning about different artists, it's a whole new world. Barbara says, well, it's coming up to 3:30 a.m. here in the UK, so I must say goodnight for now. Carolina says, lucky for me, though, it's midday here. And Barbara says, like and subscribe, everyone. Show your love to Michael. What a great community of artists. It makes me so happy to be with so many great like-minded folk. So there's the bottom. This is a little bit more of a greenish black, but again, considering today's painting, I'm actually kind of like using it. It just feels a little bit more dynamic. So as I go, I'm starting to kind of getting a little bit darker and darker as I start to kind of feel more confident as to where that I'm putting the brushes, strokes in relatively the right places. That's why it's kind of nice to start out with a little bit of glazing fluid until you kind of figure where you want to put things. In fact, maybe now's probably a good time to move from this darker color. Just see a little bit of texture built up there. Just want to get rid of that. I want to go to my, I think it's a warm blue. See, now it's starting to become electric, right? As those contrasting blues and reds bump up against one another, really create like a vibration in the viewer's eye, my eye. Hey, where you going? So maybe I should blow dry this. Because now that I've got, let's just zoom back out so you can see things, what's gone on here so far. So now that I've kind of painted a little bit of this warm blue and some white, I can then kind of go back over top of it with some full strength cool blue all by itself, and it just pops. Like, that is just looks so blue. Yeah, but it wouldn't look quite like that had I not just done what I've been doing here. In fact, even though this is going to be green, I'm just going to paint this blue with white, so that just helps that green pop off there a bit. Okay, it's starting to kind of emerge. Actually, maybe I want to do a bit of some teal before I go right to my I'm going to take my cool blue and go right back into some of these greens that I was using right off the, well, not right off the top, but when I started painting in the background. Kind of a little bit gummy there, but my mouse has come by to say hello. So you can see how much darker that color looks when I just paint it right over top of a red. It just basically goes kind of brownish. Okay, I'm going to take cool blue and white. Paint all these. I don't know if they're pearls in the necklace or what these things are, but little circles. Cool. I feel like it's starting to kind of come together. It was a little bit slow. And it's funny how, you know, it takes a little bit of time. Like sometimes I find this when I'm painting. Oh, pretty much every time I'm painting, it's like, sometimes it's like, I don't know if it's really not, I don't know about this painting. And then all of a sudden you put one or two little details in. It's like, everything's fine. Why was I kind of worried? And so I think that's one of the things that comes with experience, is the more that you paint, the more you're able to sit in that moment where things are kind of like, and you don't get so stressed or worried because, you know, like, it's just going to take a little bit more time. Just needs to go back in the oven for a little bit longer. Moro Romero says, "You are amazing, Michael." Thank you, my friend. Oh, that's so kind to just leave a little comment like that. I really appreciate that. It's very sweet. Thank you. Moro Romero. I think if I'm saying that right, that is a nice name. I like that. Moro? I think of Maury. One of my favorite TV shows, the Maury Povich show, which I know, total trash. It's totally trash, but it's one of those things I actually haven't seen the Maury show in a while. I don't even know if they still film that thing. I don't know. I haven't seen it in a while. But I think it's good to have very broad tastes. Not everything can be high art, right? Okay. How are we doing? Okay. I want to get closer here pretty soon. I wonder, let's look at the original and just think about. Okay, I'm going to blow dry this. I think I'm going to go right into my warm blue, then maybe some purple, dark reds, and then I think we'll be into the finishing touches category here. You know what? Kent says, "Hi, Michael. Just getting here. How did you enjoy your long weekend?" Well, it's gone by very fast because tomorrow morning I start teaching at the university again. So that means my summer is officially over. I mean, I guess, you know, today is Labor Day, which is generally means the end of summer. I mean, in terms of the academic year. Although I I was at the school all last week doing meetings. And also, Wednesday, my daughter starts kindergarten, elementary school. First day of school. Oh, makes you feel old. Am I in focus or out of focus? I might be. Let me just see. I think that's better. Sometimes I think, you know, when I'm looking at the canvas, my eyes start to get a little crossed, and I look up, I'm like, kind of looks blurry. I don't know if it's in focus or just my eyes or what's going on here. But yeah, it's definitely way out of focus. Okay, so I think I've got everything in place now to really start getting darker and putting in saturated colors, because a lot of the colors thus far, besides the reds, well, have a lot of white in there, and I put a lot of white in there so that when I did want to put in like my warm blue, my cool red, even like a cool green, a saturated green, I needed to put a little bit of white under so that those colors can pop, because otherwise if I just put them straight on, they're just going to look like black, which would be okay, but it won't have quite the electricity of the original. And I think one of the main features of Zeaiter's piece here is how, you know, almost fluorescent some of these colors are. And that's the one thing, the limitation with these sets of colors. I'm not going to be able to quite get that level of intensity of color. Those exist just a little bit beyond the color wheel that we have here. But I can kind of trick the eye a little bit with high contrast between saturated colors. So even though I won't be able to get, let's say, these bright pinks here, if I paint like a cool red right next to a dark, like a black color, it's going to make that cool red look almost fluorescent. That's the idea anyway. Okay. So, yeah, I was going to dive right into my warm blue, so let's just do that. And I think pretty much thus, towards the end here, I'm mostly going to be using just a small paintbrush. I think, except maybe a little bit under her chin there. There's going to be maybe a few areas where it gets a little bit more solid. But... Okay, so let's take our warm red, basically, or sorry, warm blue, right out of the tube, and paint with that. And that just glows beautiful. Wow, that blue just pops. Wow, it's gorgeous. Kent says, "Oh, they grow up so fast." Yes. Ugh. It's like I was just. My daughter was on the couch. Was it just yesterday or yeah? Just like looking at her legs. I'm like, when did your legs get so long? Oh my goodness! Like. Sometimes you just have that thing as a parent where you're. I mean, obviously, I see her like every day, so. But sometimes you just like. Almost do a double take. Like, did you just grow like a foot over the past 30 seconds while I was making dinner or something? What's going on? Ooh, those blues. Okay. It's almost. I mean, I love it, but I don't. I gotta be careful. I have to balance that as well, so. But you know, like one of the brilliant things with Zeaiter's portrait here is, again, you know, her skin tone is a brown. It's a. Well, I mean, all of our skin tones are some kind of brown. Every human, but you know, it's a darker brown. She's half Asian American, half African American. You know, Indian. Her mother was Indian. Her father was Jamaican. And so her skin color is going to be darker. But what Zeaiter's done here is hasn't used, I don't think, any brown in this painting. What he's got, though, is some blues and reds. And those side by sides, and with the yellows, create, in our mind, brown. I don't know how intentional that was. But the overall effect is really cool because, you know, I don't think, at least I don't look at it and go like, you know, there's something missing, or her skin color's not right. I accept it, I mean, as it just makes sense. I mean, just there's something very. And yeah, just sometimes artists do things like that. They're just like, I don't know, it'd be very hard to kind of do that purposefully, but you did it and you pulled it off beautifully. Okay. Let's try using white and warm blue. I want to put a couple little lines on her nose. Got a lot of wet paint around here, so just gotta be Be a little bit careful of that. Probably going to put a stronger white here. For these reflections, but I'm just sort of placeholdering them. Which, by the way, I think is the correct term, placeholdering. Just, I'm kidding. Need a dark red under here. I'm going to take my black, black and my warm red, glazing fluid. Smeared a bunch of paint all over some of my gear here. Carolina says, I just started watching your drawing classes and your daughter was a baby. You didn't walk to the room. You didn't walk to the room where she was sleeping. Haha. You didn't walk. I'm not sure what you didn't walk to the room where she. But yeah, definitely she was. I think she was probably about 8 months old when I first started doing those episodes. So yeah, she was just a little baby. She'll always be a little baby. For Dad, anyway. You know what, maybe, okay, before I was going to start putting some black all over the place, but I think I want to go back to the cool red just quickly. Yeah, let's blow dry all of this. A lot of wet paint all over here. Thinking about doing a little more glazing, but yeah, let's just let's move on. Okay, let's take our cool red. Ooh, that looks great. I like that. Okay, let's... Oops. think that's going to be as strong as I need it to be. So I'm painting some more here that is basically pure, well, not pure white, it's got a little bit of red in it just because my brush was a little bit dirty. That should help this color pop a bit more. Now, I don't think I'm going to put cool red necessarily over top of every one of these areas, but Okay, let's bring that back out. Cool. Okay. Carolina says, do you paint with watercolors? Would it be a similar approach? I always say watercolors, I think, are the most difficult art medium ever. They're the least forgiving art medium. And the irony is that most people learn, their first paint they ever use in their life is watercolor. Because watercolor is relatively easy to set up and clean up, and it's very portable. You can just get a little watercolor set that's that big and put it in your backpack, and you can paint it in your sketchbook. 5 minutes later, it's all dry, and you can continue on your way. So it has a lot of great advantages. But because watercolor generally is considered to be a purely additive process, meaning you basically just add more and more color and start from a usually lighter on white or eggshell colored paper and then just sort of darken. If you go too dark or put a line in the wrong place, you're kind of out of luck. Like, you gotta figure a way to make it work. You can't really go in and change it in any way. And that makes it very unforgiving. Because if you're not happy with what you've done, you're kind of locked into it. So, whereas acrylic paint, very flexible. If I make a mistake anywhere here, I just put a little bit of white on there and it's gone, and then I blow dry it, and then I can just keep on going. So that makes it very easy for beginners, because really the stakes are very low, right? Because you really, I mean, there's very few times where you make a mistake and you're like, well, I'm screwed. You're like, just put a little bit of weight on there, boom, gone, let's keep on moving. So while I don't usually use watercolor very often, because I like having a little bit more flexibility, even in my own artwork, not just here in class. Like, I want to be able to make changes whenever I want. I like being able to kind of, play around, and if I don't like it, I'm like, no worries. I can fix it really easily. Versus watercolors, much less so. So, but in terms of color and color theory, you could apply the exact same things we've done here with watercolor. It just would mean, it's almost like, I feel like with watercolor, you're sort of playing chess. Like, you're trying to think 5 moves ahead. Like, if I do this, what's going to happen? Whereas I do a little bit of that here with acrylic paint, but sometimes I'm just like, you know what? My brain's too small. I'm just going to do something, and if I get it wrong, I can easily fix it. No worries. You're very welcome, Carolina. Okay, so now that I've got, you know what, I'm going to put some glazing fluid in here. So the reason I'm putting a bit of glazing fluid is going to make this color a little bit more transparent, which means it'll allow a little bit more of that white to come through while yet still being fully saturated. So, painting with glazing fluid and allowing the layer below to come through, in this case like a lighter pink, is better than just painting pink with white in it, because in that case we're painting with, you know, the white is gonna make every color less saturated. Like anytime you add anything to a color, you decrease its saturation. So if you mix two colors together, a red and a yellow, you get an orange, but it can't possibly be as saturated as a pure orange. You know, if you got it synthetically made, it would have more intense saturated pigments in it, like a fluorescent orange. You know what? I'm gonna wipe. I should have done that before. I like that. Wiping a bit. It's actually. There we go. So I painted that cool red on there with a little bit of glazing fluid over top of, but it was just like, it's either I should have added more glazing fluid that's good. That's about as close to the intense pinks that he's got throughout this painting. Good. Let's just look there. So I think while I've kind of got that little solution, let's So I've got my cool red, warm blue, and plenty of glazing fluid here. Shouldn't be using my fingers all the time. My fingers keep getting really dirty. So this color, I kind of made a little bit of a mix of just took my purple, I took a little bit of my greenish black I made right at the beginning, mix it in with my warm red, bunch of different, just basically a darker reddish black. Here's my purple again. Okay, let's take our cool yellow. cool blue. We'll make up a green here. So these bright greens, this cool red, or sorry, cool blue and cool yellow are working really nice up here in her hair. Taking a mixture that's got a little bit more yellow in it. So let's go back and zoom in. Ah, there's Kathy, says, just catching the last bits here. Looks so good. Thank you, Kathy. Great to see you. How do I want to do this here? Gotta be careful about too much green in around those nostrils. They're gonna look like little boogers. I just realized I don't think I've said boogers in 40 years. What a silly word, a booger. This is starting to come together. It's very satisfying. sorry. Put a little bit of this fairly bright, cool green right over there. That So really, a lot of what I've been just doing here is just kind of going around and around and around, adding more like little highlights, little pops of color. I want to get a bit more white. It's kind of painting with a bit of a purple here. It's pretty dark purple. I'm kind of digging painting. So I'm just using my warm blue and cool red and just mixing this purple. I was using a little bit of some of my black, my greenish black earlier. But I think I like just the color and it's relatively full strength. I think there's a little bit of white on my brush. I don't know if I've gone a little bit nuts with purple there, but I kind of like it. I like it a lot. Okay, taking a bit more just cool red into this mixture. That might be too dark. Trying to think about darkening some of those areas, but maybe I don't need to do that at all after all. There's Lisa says, great job, Michael. Carolina says, thank you for sharing the whole process. It looks amazing. Thank you, Carolina. I think that last bump was a little bit... take the just warm red just right out of the tube. Yeah, as for like sharing the whole process, that's definitely something that's really important to me. Because I know obviously I don't expect anybody to watch any of this. But a lot of my career as an artist has been about being like really transparent with the process of the creation of my own paintings, but you know, So this isn't really anything totally out of the ordinary of what I normally do. Like a lot of my art has involved shooting video of what I'm doing, so, and then that video playing, and it's sometimes fully unedited state. Because traditionally artists are super secretive about what they do, and that always kind of annoyed me, because it felt like artists were always having to kind of reinvent the wheel. You know, artists like Leonardo da Vinci writing backwards so that no one could read his manuscripts. You know, and there were legitimate reasons for that. There was fear that, you know, the church would, you know, could put you to death if they found out what you were working on, and they didn't. So artists were kind of careful about how they kept notes. But gotta watch where I'm putting my hand. Really should blow dry this. Let me show you what's going on. Let's put some of this red. Oh yeah, let's put this red up here too. Let's blow dry this here. So we're pretty close to the end here. Just a few more marks to go before we wrap it all up. Just, you know, finishing touches, just little cleanups here and there. Just giving a little bit more precision in a few places. Again, I want to be careful about doing too much, because one of the things I love about this artwork is the feeling of kind of the energy and the spontaneity. And the more line work we put on there, yes, the more precise it's going to be. But it could, you know, easily go over the edge and become kind of rigid, right? Anytime we put any kind of outlines around things, they literally, you know, encircle and encapsulate, frame things. And that kind of can prevent movement from happening, kind of locks it down. So a few things we can do to kind of keep it, that kind of energy, is by painting kind of quickly, perhaps painting with a little bit of glazing fluid or matte medium in order to make those brushstrokes a little bit more transparent so they're not so bold and so strong. So let's just look at the original. I think, where do I want to go to first? I think I want to do this earring here. And then another question I have for myself is the lips. There's some interesting details going on. Okay, so this earring, what are we looking at? We got a bit of a teal going on here, so that's our kind of cool blue, cool yellow. I was just seeing if I could reawaken any of this paint in here. It's pretty dry. Oh, I got a little bit of cool yellow up here. Oops, let's bring that back. Whoa, what's going on here? There we go. Oh, I do have a bit of weight. Not the right color at all, and I'm kind of being a little bit lazy here. Sometimes, you know, towards the end of a painting, I'm like, you know what? I just want to try to use up all the paint I've got here. Just going to add I think just a couple brush strokes too many here. So on her necklace, rather than just use white, I'm going to make it a little bit more diluted so it doesn't, so they're not too visually striking. As I go a little bit more into the darker areas here, I'm going to darken it as well. Let's take a bit of cool blue. Obviously, I'm taking a few liberties here. A lot of this was hidden underneath the text that was on the poster. It said for the people. So I don't really know what was originally there at all. So, which is kind of nice because it just gives me lots of freedom, right? Getting close here. Okay. I think I might be just at the eyelashes stage here. I'll take a bit of my warm red quickly here. Even though these colors aren't here, I'm just gonna over some of those darker lines. Kind of the saying goes when it comes to ears, you can't add enough, you can never add enough red to an ear. The ears are always very red. And so, go nuts. Go nuts with them ears. Lip here. Do I want to do little red dots in there, or can I live with this as it is? So let's can I use this black? Oh yeah, it's still got a little bit life left in there. Let's take some warm red, mix that in here. pretty black to me. Maybe just before I do that, I'm just going to take some cool yellow. Add that to the earring there. As this yellow dries, it's going to go mostly invisible again, but kind of nice to... So I could put a little bit of white into it, and that would help bring it out a bit more. It is fairly dry and concentrated though, so that does mean it will probably be a little bit more opaque than it otherwise would be. I think kind of having this a little bit mellow is going to be okay, because maybe a little bit... There's a bit of a riot of color going on here. Sometimes it's nice to show a little bit of restraint. So you see, like, areas where I originally painted this cool yellow, as it's dried, it's kind of become a little bit more muted. But I think that's okay. That's, I mean, again, I could fiddle with that for a while, but I think that's probably good enough there. So, you know what? I'm just gonna blow dry this here. There's a few little smears that have happened throughout the painting, which is typical. As I paint, sometimes my hand goes all over the surface. Okay, this black has been here for a while, so I'm just going to put just a little bit of glazing fluid in there. It's going to make it a little bit more fluid-like. It's like as if I added a bit of water to the paint. It does make it a bit more transparent. That's the main drawback, or plus, depending on the way you think about it. What I'm about to do is paint some eyelashes. So I want it to be fluid, but then I don't want it to be too thin that I have to paint over those same lines multiple times. Ideally, if I can just do it once, that would be enough. Okay. So, where should we start? Gave her a little more eyelashes, I just see, than in the original. That's okay. That's okay. I'm stamping paint all over the place. Okay. Now I'm just going to go and do any kind of like little refining outlines. Again, I want to be... this paint's got a little bit of glazing fluid, both to make it a little bit more thin and easy to paint with, but also it helps to make it just a little bit less into... I don't know if I should have done that. And my eyes are starting to get crossed. It starts to become a little bit tricky to do some of these details. I've been painting for hours and hours. You know, like sometimes just a few kind of well-placed lines in the hair can just help articulate the entire hair. You know, like meaning you don't have to paint the whole hair if you've got a couple lines that essentially, you know, help establish the overall kind of shape. Okay, I gotta think. There's a few little things I want to do there. I don't know the solution at them off the top of my head, but I'm gonna move on to the other side here, just down there. So what's going on with this hair here? So I kind of like, I'm planning on keeping this little area kind of empty, because I like how it just sort of, there's a bit of a ambiguity as to what's going on there. Also, this eye, that's a little bit strange. I'm gonna go with it. I think it's kind of part of the shadow of the eyelashes and eyebrow, and it's a little strange, but it somehow kind of works. Okay, I think I'm getting pretty close here. So that's a little bit of a mistake, but does it work? I don't know. That might be... doesn't really bother me. Anything else here? So, we've made it to the end of the episode. A little, well, what did I say, 5 hours it would take me, and we're at 6 hours. So, you know, off by an hour, not too bad. So, let's take a look at these two, how they fared side by side. Just quickly before we do, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. If you found this at all helpful and you want to continue joining me, painting along with me, or maybe I'm helping you fall asleep, as some of you do, consider hitting that notification bell as well, so you know when future episodes are taking place. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, $1, $5, $10, to help keep the whole show going on, help pay the internet bills and all that kind of stuff here. You can enter paypal.me/markowskyart, or just scan the QR code there. It'll take you to this page where you can safely and securely donate to the channel. Other ways to donate would be to send an e-transfer or check in the mail. And I also want to suggest that you join the Facebook group. Again, you can scan this and go right to the Facebook group. And when you're there, you can join. I post a little biography on each artist leading up to the show, so that you can read that and get a little bit of information before the show happens, as well as links to all of the handouts. Okay, so let's look at the original and then my version side by side. Feeling something with the way that, well, I don't know. I think I'm gonna just leave it. Something I don't like about that. Just the way that this, well, anyway, I don't think I'm gonna touch it up because that ends up getting me in trouble. But yeah, pretty happy with the way this turned out. So obviously there's some differences, as there always are. You know, my goal is never to make a perfect reproduction. It's just to teach you a little bit about how to paint while we study great artworks by great artists. And you know, I feel like I've maybe made her look a little bit younger and a little bit more hip. Her hair's got a little bit more purple and pink, and versus the original, she looks a little bit more, you know, official, a little more serious. I also feel like I could have continued brightening up, adding more and more highlights. You know, Thomas Kincaid said you can never add enough white. Keep on brightening the highlights, and I think that's pretty true here. Like, she looks like a couple of people I've taught with, and other teachers, you know, got purple hair and blue hair and all that kind of stuff. So maybe that was just something in the back of my mind as I was painting her. Where should we start? Let's maybe go down here. So, you know, the bottom of this painting had a big piece of text here. I mean, at the top said "for the people" at the bottom. And so I used Photoshop to try to bring some of those details back. And so that does add a little bit of flatness. I could probably, so I'm not really sure if there was like a curve or something here to make her lapel kind of curve over her shoulder. Right now it seems almost a little bit abstract, like some sort of Joseph Albers geometric kind of shape going on down there, but I don't mind that. I probably could have gone back and added more warm blue there as well. Obviously I added, you know, did a little bit of work here in the hair and articulate his Zeiter's is a little bit more loose and abstract and painterly. Ironically, because it's digital drawing and mine's with actual paint, but his seems almost more painterly than mine. I don't mind how either one looks. Like they just look a little bit different. Let's go to the far right here. You know, as I look at, again, one of the things with these paintings is that the reds tend to kind of get a little bit blown out on camera. So it's weird. I look on the camera like, oh, and then I look here, I'm like, oh, it looks fine. So it's just something to kind of always keep in mind. You know, all of the stuff that he's done in here, that is really hard to replicate. So I've kind of just, instead of trying to replicate it, I kind of just did my own thing there. And so, yeah, it does look a little bit different. Like, I kind of like in his, it almost looks like drips going on. I don't even know how to, or like an encaustic technique, which again is bizarre because it's a digital illustration. So let's go up a little bit higher here. So this area is definitely darker. His is just mostly red back there as I look at it. I don't know, I wasn't really paying too much attention, I guess, and I just sort of did my own thing. So that is the fine line of, because oddly enough, even though his has all this color on it, it just seems, it doesn't seem like her, you know, how to explain that? Even though his has obviously got this, got so many bright saturated colors contrasting with one another, when I look at it, I don't think like, oh, look at this crazy purple hair that Kamala Harris has. Whereas mine kind of looks like that. It's like, wow, is this when Kamala was in her art school phase? There's a lot more. So, I don't mind it. It's just, he was, you know, really brilliant at being able to get away with all of those colors and yet make it look quote unquote naturalistic. Let's go up here in the top. I really like the kind of textures that he created. Mine, I didn't quite get the same kind of textures going on. Even so, like, he's simulating canvas texture in his painting. I've actually got canvas texture in mine, and somehow his looks more canvas-like, which is very funny to me. But, you know, I think that the color's pretty close. I could have maybe have gone back over top and put a little bit more cool blue in there over top of that, but I think it's okay. Same sort of thing there. Oh, I see this little fragment with some purple and everything that I didn't do. Oh, and there was that brown I didn't do either. You know, that almost to me looks like a palette knife scraping across the surface, giving it that particular kind of texture. Let's look at those side by side. You know, I think, you know, it looks pretty good. There is, again, some differences, but it's not as kind of crazily different as it might kind of appear. Some things that, you know, like, they're little things, but they're little things that us artists always pick at. You know, that little line of that pretty bold, cool red right at the top bridge of her nose there is not in the original. He did it a little bit more subtle. That does bring more attention to the space between her eyes. Also, you can see that, you know, I just, towards the end, put that little dash of black under both of those eyes. Maybe that was what's driving me crazy. Whereas you could see there is that in his, but his just sort of fades out. And often artists will do that, leave that bottom eyelid almost undefined, and just using, let's say, the part of the bottom of the iris being sort of cropped as a way of kind of suggesting that bottom eyelid, versus, you know, I've painted it in, and over here it just seems like that shape is a little bit strange. I'll leave it though, but or I kind of feel like I want to go in. Anyway, I think that's, I'm not going to fiddle with that all night now. I love the details in the lips as he painted it. Mine, I was a little bit afraid of going too far, so I kind of left it a little bit less, even though I actually defined that far part of the lip a little bit more than he did. This is a little bit more subtle there. You know, and I do feel like I could keep on increasing the highlights on here, that they still don't feel bright enough, but I think it is what it is and what it will have to be. I mean, there's all these little fragments, you know, these like diagonal lines on here by the lip, underneath the chin, all those kind of things are pretty wild. I didn't include those because those kind of very gestural marks, I felt like they, for me to, I mean, it's amazing what he was able to get away with in his. I just don't feel like, I think if I did those, it would look a little bit strange. Anyway, let's bring this back out. I really do feel like she looks, this is definitely the Kamala in her. Had she gone to art school, I feel like this is what she would have looked like. That's pretty funny. Like, you know, in the original here, Zeaiter's, her hair seems to have more volume, right? It feels like there's a weight to the bottom. That's one of the genius things of his. Mine, they feel like streaks, like she's got her hair dyed. Again, that's why he's the master. That's why everybody wants him to design posters and album artwork for him, for them, because he is one of the greats. And it's pretty amazing that he also did a portrait of the sitting vice president, potential future president. Okay. Well, thank you everyone for painting along with me, for joining me for another one of these episodes. That was episode number 350 in the can. Next week, we're going to do a portrait of Donald Trump. So we're going to balance out this here, our portrait of Kamala Harris, with next week's portrait of Donald Trump. And I'm sure the chat will be lively, to say the least. But whatever your political persuasion, I think it's an opportunity for you to make a painting, whether you want to paint it exactly how it is, or if you want to take this portrait and do something silly to it. You are invited to do so and use your imagination and creativity to create something new and special. Remember that every time you make art, you talk about art, you share art with your family, your friends, your community, you're doing them all a great favor. I think if everybody had a creative outlet, whether it be painting or poetry or dance or music, even if you're not intending to do it for a career, those kinds of things are great for your memory, for your, they can be very meditative and relaxing, but I think they also make us more peaceful and understanding people. And if everybody had a creative outlet like that, I think we'd see far less anger and violence in our communities and in our societies. And we would have less conflict, less war, less violence, and that would benefit us all. Except the gun companies and the people who make the bombs and all that kind of stuff, right? But I think we could all live with a little bit less of that. So thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you again in next week's episode. Until then, have a great night. Goodbye.